Last night it was an all-around effort for Bob Melvin and the boys. The starting pitching, the bullpen, and the defense stepped up when it was needed most. And then Danny Valencia delivered the big fly as he launched a 2-run home run in the 8th inning, and the A's grabbed game 1 of this series. Tonight, the Athletics will try to make it 3 wins in a row and try to end this 2015 campaign on a high note as they play inspired baseball and look forward to 2016. A's Mariners next. We're at Safeco Field in Seattle. 2 more games left in this season, and the A's are trying to win their 3rd consecutive game. It's game 2 of the 3-game set. It's the A's, and it's the Mariners, and it's coming up on CSN California. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to Oakland A's Baseball. Along with Ray Fossey, I'm Glenn Kuiper. Well, looking ahead, the A's certainly hope that the leadoff spot and the center field spot are taken care of for the near future by Billy Burns. He's really had a great season, Ray. If you think about where he was last year when he got called up and then the beginning of this year, he's like a completely different player.
You know, the one thing he's done probably the most impressively, he slowed the game down. Last year in Houston, he was all over the place. Said, what is happening? But this year, he swings a lot of first pitches. Not your prototypical leadoff hitter because he does swing early. He's shown some power. He's shown it right here at Safeco Field. He's shown the speed, stealing some bases. He's only going to get better working with Ricky Henderson. What he's done in the outfield has been spectacular, and he's going to get better there because, remember, he's had some center fielders to his side, so he has to learn how to take charge. He's doing that much better. He can play a great center field, so the complete package, and you look at how much he's improved from last year to this year. Man, we're looking forward to next year.
And another young player who certainly looks like he's solidified himself in the A's plans is Marcus Semien. And Ray, it's not always been an easy year for Marcus. A lot of errors early. He struggled at the plate, but he's really hung in there. And you can give him a lot of credit because he's hung in there. And he's actually playing his best baseball right now.
I have never seen a young man work as hard as he has defensively to not have it affect him offensively. He's got power. He's got speed. He's got the complete package. He's only going to get better when it comes to hitting. The speed, I think, is the most important thing because he has it at playing defense and he also does it offensively. But what he has done working at shortstop, he's gotten so much better. Some of the great plays he's made. Remember, at the beginning of the season, he never even had to dive for a ball and didn't know how. Now he does with a play like that, starting a double play. So he's played great shortstop. He's done a great job hitting. Just 2 more young players are going to be great for this ball club.
Indeed, and we hope those 2 young guys and, well, a whole bunch of other guys make 2016 a turnaround year for the Athletics. Now, when we come back, we'll check in with the guys in the A's pregame live studios, and then we will come back to Safeco Field for game 2 of the series. It's the A's and the Mariners, so stick around.
brought to you by Jack in the Box. Taste the Homestyle Ranch Chicken Club today, only at Jack in the Box. And by Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places.
So we are just moments away from first pitch, game 2 of this series, game number 161 for the Athletics. It's the A's and the Mariners. A's with a win last night in game 1 of the series, and it's a cooler night tonight. Game time weather presented by the Santa Cruz Beach Boardwalk. Get to the beach. The admission-free boardwalk is open this weekend. 66 degrees right now. And remember, we're starting an hour earlier, but it just felt a little cooler late this afternoon than it did yesterday. So pretty typical weather for the Northwest this time of year. Let's look at the lineup for the Athletics tonight. It's Burns, Canna, Laurie, Valencia, Butler, Smolinski, Vogt, Simeon, and Gentry.
And Roenis Elias on the mound for the Seattle Mariners. A couple of starts against the Athletics this year. He is yet to defeat the A's. 5-8 on the season. And for Elias, a fastball, curveball, changeup, a couple of different fastballs. Low 90s with the mix, mostly fastballs and curveballs. A's have seen him. They'll try to duplicate what they've done previously against this left-hander.
Defensively for Seattle, Mariners have Gutierrez in left, Miller in center, Trumbo in right, Seager at third, Marte at short, Cano at second, and Jesus Montero is the first baseman, with Jesus Sucre doing the catching. So Elias is ready, and so is Billy Burns. Umpires tonight, that is Dana DeMuth, who's the crew chief, and he will call balls and strike. Estabrook at first, Hickox at second, Nauer is down at third. So Elias' first pitch of the game is a check swing, and he went around. So we are underway from Safeco Field. Good ball game last night. A's won 4-2. Valencia with a home run in the 8th inning. His bullpen shut the door. Aaron Brooks got a win. Nice post-game chat with Aaron Brooks. So nice way to finish the season. He got a win.
Well, Bob Melvin's been so good managing this pitching staff, and what he did to Brooks last night, he's also done. He did it with Chris Bassett against the Orioles, and that is give them a chance to finish what they put themselves in. And Aaron Brooks basically saw the confidence that Bob Melvin had in him, leaving in the game, finished 7 innings, and the home run in the 8th inning got him with a win, and 11 ground ball outs. You know one thing he said, Cub? He said, I don't think I had that many. They saw a lot of fly ball outs. He said, no, 11. And the one strikeout on his great changeup.
So Elias has it, flips to first. So 1 out, and let's take a look at some of the highlights from Brooks last night.
And if you're going to go into an off season, there's a ground ball and a great play by Eric Sogard, and another one to start a double play here. So there's 3 ground ball outs with a double play, and did a very good job. The one changeup and the one strikeout came on that changeup. Good play by Brett Laurie there, bouncing the ball, and that was the one where he got the final out with Seager, and he pumped his fist after great play by both Laurie and Canna.
Under the glove of Cano, and Canna has a base hit, so hard hit ball into center field.
I hope so.
It was hit pretty hard.
And, you know, ball hit this hard, and Cano went to his dive after the ball was by him, and the official score said base hit. I mean, I want to protect an ERA, but that's not even a consideration, I would hope, but maybe just a formality to announce it.
So first hit of the game belongs to Cannon. Here's Laurie. Laurie at 261 with 16 home runs and 59 RBIs, and the first pitch inside. A's had 11 hits last night, a double and a home run. Rolled hard but foul down the third base line.
As we saw the last time the A's were in town, a lot of fans, friendly fans and family watching Brett Laurie from Canada and just north of here. And the whole warning track near the A's dugout filled with people wearing number 15, the jersey of Brett Laurie.
There's a shot to left and a base hit. A couple of very hard hit balls by Canna and Laurie, and the A's have something going here in the first. That'll bring up Danny Valencia. 8th inning last night, he teed off.
High fastball. He finally got the fastball he's looking for and crushed it. 2-run shot. That was it.
So 17 home runs now, 63 RBIs for Valencia, and a .292 batting average. In trouble here early. First pitch blocked by Sucre. A's with a record of 67-93. They're 33-46 on the road. Had a tough time with the Mariners this year. That's why last night the win, it was a good win. He's played well. They're 5-12 against Seattle this year.
That was Sucre, the catcher who asked for time, and immediately Dana Demuth pointed to the catcher because, yeah, he called it. Don't blame me. He just came off, and Sucre saying, I didn't even see what I gave. Couldn't see the signs. He's giving them. How can he not see them?
Again in the dirt, and now it's 2-0.
Pretty good technique by Sucre to block pitches in the dirt.
There's the season series numbers. Mariners leading 12-5. Tight games. Here in Seattle, the A's are 2-5. Valencia drives one to center. That's hit well. Miller's back. He's near the wall and he leaps, and that baby's gone. Valencia's done it again. It's a 3-run shot, and the A's lead 3-0.
What did we say about fastballs?
He was looking for it.
The 18th 3-run home run for the Athletics, and that was a big one. Big one straight away center field. And Valencia is first as a member of the Athletics, but a big home run to get the A's on the board and fall behind with back-to-back breaking balls. Hitters are going to look fastball. He got it, crushed it.
So Butler steps up. Butler takes a strike.
He hit the grand slam against what almost is the name of the left-hander from Mariners. That was the Coliseum on that Friday night. The weekend that the Mariners were in Oakland.
1-1 the count. So Valencia now 18 home runs and 66 RBIs. Missed again. 2-1. Butler hitting .253 on the year, 15 home runs and 65 RBIs, and now it's 3-1. 46 games with the A's for Valencia. He's got 37 RBIs. Most in history of the A's by a player less than 50 games, and that's ball 4.
Rick Waits is going to visit his lefty while we take a look at this fastball that was crushed to straightaway center field. The elevated pitch a little bit away. He's looking for it, got it, and he's watching Brad Miller as we were going back to the wall and just kept going. And that's a big home run here, straightaway center field at Safeco Field.
Rick Waits finishes the chat. Still only 1 out here in the first inning. And Smolinski will be the hitter. Smolensky at 216, 5 home runs, 20 RBIs, and he's got a base hit right back up the middle. All kinds of hard hit balls by the A's in this first inning. So 4 hits, and here comes Vogt.
Now, Smolensky talked about getting the opportunity to play. Bob Melvin likes what he has seen from Smolensky and the way his swing on the bat and playing the outfield, both corners. He's done a very good job. One thing he was saying too, Kipe, that looking forward to the offseason to get prepared, knowing his situation last year, played well with the Rangers, went to spring training, and while he did well, they let him go. The A's have him. He's looking forward to getting ready for the A's spring training next year and having a full offseason to do that.
Tony Zick starts to throw. He probably wasn't expecting to be throwing 15 minutes into the game.
But we have seen Lloyd McClendon even before a weekend like now, where the games don't matter that much to everybody. Really, they do. Game 161, but we've seen him go to the bullpen early when he sees his pitcher struggling, and that may be watching Jim Leland do it quite a bit with the Tigers. He was his hitting coach.
So 2-1 the count. 20 pitches by Elias. Butler at second, Smolensky at first. And Vogt, one hopper, and the out will be made at third. Marte had to wait for it as a broken bat, and he flipped to Seager to get the lead runner. And that's the second out. So Vogt with a fielder's choice, and that'll bring up Semien. Talked about Semien at the top of our show and the season he has had. Semien playing in game number 154. I think the fact that his defense has gotten better and offensively he's had a pretty good second half, that says a lot about Marcus Semien. A lot of times playing in September, your first time, get a little bit tired. Maybe your numbers start to trail off a little bit. Montero in foul territory. He's got it side retired. But damage done by Danny Valencia. He hits a first inning 3-run homer. His 18th home run of the year. So a half inning in the books. A's lead 3-0. Now, the Mariners will go to work against Sean Nolan, and here's their lineup. Marte, Seager, Cruz, Cano, Gutierrez, Trumbo, Montero, Miller, and Sucre.
And Sean Nolan, like Aaron Brooks last night, makes his final 2015 start, and he'd try to even his record, making his 6th start for the Athletics. And remember, injuries curtailed his beginning of the season, but he has been given some opportunities. A big one tonight, taking the mound with a 3-0 lead is always important.
First pitch to the switch hitting Ketel Marte is in for a strike. Marte, Seager, and Cruz in the bottom of the first. Changeup stays outside, 1-1 the count. Backhanded by Valencia, throws wide, and Marte's going to be aboard. Canha did everything he could to try to keep his foot on the bag. So that's going to be an error on Valencia.
Well, the backhand had it easily, and Marte just rolled over. At that point is fine. Just a errant throw, one that was high, and Marcana doing his best, but the best thing he did was catch the ball, keep it from going past, and allowing Marte to get to second.
So leadoff man aboard here, Seager. Seager takes the first pitch strike. Not bad. Seager last night was 0 for 3 with, he was hit by a pitch. So the count 0-2. Seager 26 home runs, 74 runs batted in. Seager last year had 25 home runs and 96 runs batted in. So home run totals pretty much the same. RBI is down some this year.
Just one of those seasons for the Mariners, and they'll try to regroup, try to get people to forget about what happened this past season. One in which a lot of people thought they would be on to the World Series.
That one bounced to Canha. He's got it. Fires to second for one. Back to first, and they called him out, but the ball popped out of the glove of Canha. Mike Estabrook called him out. At no point did he ever change it and call him safe.
Well, there's the throw to second, back to first.
And now, well, Mike Estabrook never saw the ball drop.
Oh, he said he was taking it out of his glove?
And now the runner, Seager's going to stay at first, obviously. Canha, he just missed it. And I just don't think Estabrook ever saw it.
Well, and Estabrook put in like he was taking the ball out of his glove, but bottom line, he just missed it.
Yeah. So it'll be a fielder's choice for Seager.
Well, Canha up there, and if he catches it, maybe he is out. Mike Estabrook, maybe he's already thinking about tomorrow behind the plate. He needs a strike. Well, when you have this guy at the plate, keeping a runner on base is always huge for the Mariners. And 44-93 for Nelson Cruz in his first year with the Mariners.
Slices this one foul. So 0-2 to Cruz.
It's because he called him out, I guess.
I see the call, but I'm not sure that he was. I mean, they called him out, but
I don't think he was out either.
I don't think he was out.
I think there'd have been a challenge.
Yeah.
If they had if he caught the ball.
I think there would have been a challenge as Cruz strikes out, and I think the challenge would have called him safe. But So it's an error. All right.
And the strikeout to Cruz, off speed, and went after it, and no contact. It's already 2 errors in this inning for the A's, and that's a little surprising. I agree with you. I don't know that. Well, fielder's choice assist E3, so E6, E3.
So here's Cano. Cano lost the first pitch foul just to our left. Yeah, that's an interesting call because, I mean, obviously, if you're the official scorer, that is part of your decision, is that you saw the umpire actually call him out.
Right. So there was no challenge because the ball did drop.
Yeah. Down the left field line, slicing, and it is foul.
Yeah, if he caught the ball and called him out, that Lloyd McClendon either would have been thrown out or they'd had a challenge and then overturned it. This ball slicing just enough to get into foul territory off the Mariners' cap, off the wall.
So Nolan ahead of Cano 0-2. Cano at 286, 20 home runs and 76 RBIs. Outfield shifted slightly toward left center. Cano with good power to all fields.
Interesting line score for the Athletics already, 3-4-2.
Well, Mark Canha's the one who's going to get the error, and he probably doesn't deserve the error, even though he missed the ball. But I think the runner was safe anyways.
And if Canha, of course, he tried and successfully made the fielder second, got back to first. If he had just peeled out of the way and let Nola try to get the bag, there'd been no throw anyway. Right. So all those things, but Canha did a good job, which is not surprising. That is to try to complete the double play, doing his part anyway.
2-pitch slap foul.
See how these power hitters are having to wait. The off-speed pitches for Nolan. Cruz tried to wait, and swung and missed, and Cano trying not to get out in front. Nolan just not overpowering with any of his pitches, and you just have to wonder a second time through the batting order when these guys who are trying to be as patient as possible. Fastball away. See what Cano does on this.
And when we start talking about Seager and Cruz and Cano, Trumbo, guys who have been around a while, it's always interesting to watch their adjustments.
And I'm sure the adjustments made verbally in the dugout where they say don't look for too much.
Seager is the runner at first. And now full count, so Seager will take off. Cano was 1 for 4 last night. And this one hit up the middle, and that's a base hit. Seager will easily make it to third. So first and third, 2 outs. Well, big news in baseball today. There's a lot of big news in baseball today, but anytime there's a no-hitter, it always jumps right to the front page. Max Scherzer did it again. His second no-hitter this season. He beat the Mets 2-0, 17 strikeouts.
Wow.
17 strikeouts. He hit the opposing pitcher, and that's the only base runner.
What was it, his last start or last couple of starts? He went 8 innings or into the 9th inning with a no-hitter.
That's what I'm saying. Not long ago,
he had a near no-hitter, and they said just missed it.
The fifth pitcher to have 2 no-hitters in a season. 17 strikeouts. At one point, he had 9 consecutive strikeouts. So Max Scherzer, 2 no-hitters in his first year with the Washington Nationals. Wow.
And Monday, he's going to be home. Well, you're talking about a team that failed to do what a lot of experts thought it would do.
In the air, Burns is there. He's got it. Side retired. So when it's all said and done, a couple of runners stranded. And after one, it's 3-0 A's.
MLB.com Premium. Watch every out-of-market game live on more than 400 supported devices. Real-time highlights, live look-ins, pitch tracking widgets, and more. Visit MLB.tv today.
So top of the second inning here at Safeco Field in Seattle. Lots of A's fans in the building. Just like Anaheim. Everywhere. Gentry, Burns, and Canna here in the second inning.
I'd like to see Craig Gentry get 4 hits tonight. Makes some great plays in the outfield. He's had a tough year between here and Nashville. Spent a lot of the season in Nashville. Started the season with the A's and ran into some bad luck. Too good of a player to have the numbers that he has right now.
Sucre is getting a little extra time. So 1-1 the count to Gentry. And that one past Marte. Reached for it, could not quite get it. And that is hit number 5 for the A's.
All right, 3 more, Craig.
Yep, we got him going.
Well, he is short for this game, it looks like, because he keeps elevating the pitches. And base hit up the middle again, Craig Gentry. So just like last inning, he scored 3, sending 8 to the plate.
So top of the order in Burns, who bounced back to the pitcher last inning. Swing. So a lot going on in Major League Baseball. We'll do our best to keep you updated on especially the crazy American League wild card race and the AL West as well. We can't tell you for sure. We'll start kind of from the bottom up, Ray, that the Twins were eliminated today. The Kansas City Royals beat the Twins 5-1 in the 4-run 7th inning that broke the 1-1 tie. So the Minnesota Twins take it right down to the second to the last game of the year before they are eliminated. So you can scratch off the Twins as a possible postseason team. Burns on the ground, 1 hopper to short. Out at second, Cano with the turn, and that's a double play. So 6-4-3 on the double play. And then a crazy, and I mean crazy, game today in Arlington that the Angels came back to win. So the Angels helped out the Astros today, but the Angels, with their come from behind win, just a half game behind the Astros now. So that Rangers loss today to the Angels, it kept the Astros alive for the division title, but it also took the Angels a little bit closer. Miller can't get it off his glove. Canna's going to round second. He's going to try for third, and he's going to make it just off the glove of Brad Miller in deep right center field. So it's a triple for Canna, and he's got a single and a triple in his first 2 at-bats.
He's got a hit for the cycle tonight. If we're going to point out Vince Cotroneo, who thinks it's not such a fabulous feat, but hey, this ball kept slicing away from Brad Miller. No chance for the right fielder Trumbull to get to it, lumbering after it. Miller all the way to himself into right center, could not get to it. Brad Miller a long run, and Trumbull saying, "You're the center fielder, it's all yours." And ball actually slicing back more to Trumbull, the right fielder, than for Miller, who had to run so far.
1-1 now to Laurie, who singled and scored in the first. Miles an hour on the fastball, so it's 1-2. He's got 3 runs on 4 hits in the first inning. Changeup is high. He's not had a real good feel with that changeup tonight.
Now it's been costly for him. He's trying to get the curveball to work, trying to sneak the fastball. So Gray wants it in the dirt. See if he does it.
And it was down, but it's inside as well. 3-2. So Laurie steps out, now steps back in, waiting on the full count pitch. Here it is. And it's driven to left center. That's hit well. Miller's back, but he's got room. And he's got it. Side retired, and the A's get a couple of hits, but a runner is stranded. Double play hurts him in that inning. Bottom of the second coming up. 3-0 Athletics. Fan, you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile. Rally Possum on the Sogard backpack. The line toward left. Smolinski backing over, and he's got it. So Trumbo on one pitch is retired.
Remember last year when Jeff Francoeur came in and they had the bacon and all that stuff, you know? That's really spreading around. They just had a bacon relay here at Safeco Field, sponsored by Farmer John. So Farmer John getting a lot of attention. I think the A's have, what, Bacon Tuesday?
A bacon relay, huh?
Yeah, they had all these people dressed in blue, and I guess a couple of rows passing a cup of bacon to see who can get the bacon out of the cup down to the end, and there's your relay. There it is.
There's the guy who started it. Nothing like walking around with a strip of bacon around your neck.
Francoeur started that last year in Oakland when he came in. He threw a $20 bill or something, then go buy some pizza for the guys in right field. So Frenchie getting a lot of attention all around baseball. He should have patented it. You know.
Bacon Tuesday.
Bacon Tuesday. Jeff Francoeur.
Montero was after that changeup, little pop-up. So 2 outs, 2 quick outs here in the second inning. So we mentioned that score from Arlington today. I don't know that we gave the game its just due,
no,
Ray.
We don't have enough time.
Final score was the Angels 11, the Rangers 10. The Rangers had a 10-6 lead going to the 9th inning, and that's all they had to do was to get the final 3 outs, and they were going to celebrate. Champagne was on ice. They were going to celebrate the Western Division Championship, and the Angels scored 5 runs in the top of the 9th inning. I watched it. I know you were watching it. It was unbelievable.
Thomason, the closer, what'd you say, 5 consecutive games that he was pitching in?
And he came in today with the 4-run lead and gave up a couple of home runs, and they took him out. So it makes tomorrow just a little bit more interesting. So a 6-pitch inning for Sean Nolan, nicely done, and we're headed to the 3rd. The A's have a 3-0 lead.
Inning. There it is. Put 2 runners on base, fall behind the cleanup hitter, and that's what happens. 3-run home run straight away center field. The A's with a 3-0 lead thanks to Danny Valencia's home run. His 18th of the season. Back-to-back games. He had a 2-run shot last night. Give the A's a 4-2 lead that they would hang on and win. And tonight, 3-0 in the first inning.
And the first pitch to Valencia is a bit inside. Valencia, Butler, and Smolinski here in the top of the 3rd. So another note on that Angels-Rangers game today, Ray, which is very interesting. So the Rangers have to win tomorrow if they want to win the division, unless the Astros were to lose tonight. But right now the Astros are winning. But the Rangers will probably start Cole Hamels.
Yeah, because if the Astros win, they have to win the division, and that's why they got Hamels.
That's right. The division will still be up in the air.
And they have to win because if they're a wild card, then he can't pitch on Tuesday, and he won't pitch on Thursday probably. That would be his 4th day unless he comes back short rest. Garrett Richards tomorrow would be pitching on short rest.
For the Angels
on Wednesday, and they'll come back on Sunday. Which why not? Could always rest on Monday.
So a lot going on, and the Rangers. I mean, they're thinking they win today, a 4-run lead in the 9th inning. You don't have to pitch Hamels tomorrow. You can set him up for whatever your series, whoever it's against, pitch game 1. And they just could not finish it off. Again, the Rangers are in the postseason. They were just trying to win the division, and they just could not do it. And the Angels stay very much alive. And what forces the Astros to have to win their game. And right now it's 3-0. The Astros are leading the Diamondbacks. And that game, I believe, is in the 5th inning. So if the Astros win it, they will hold on to that 1-game lead over the Angels for that second wild card. But the Astros will then pick up a game on the Rangers. And they'll be one back of the Rangers. Now all that is sitting on the Astros winning their game. And again, they're winning 3-0. So how about that?
How about that? And the biggest thing for the Astros, they've had such a horrible road record, yet they go into a National League city with no DH. They won last night, scoring 21 runs. Friday football night.
That's true.
3 touchdowns, and tonight leading again. But you think this afternoon, I was watching that game, like you said, as you were, you start hearing the results of what happened in the game. For the Rangers, had 10 runs. I think there was a little bit added motivation by the Angels. They're paying Josh Hamilton probably 90% of his remaining salary. He has 2 home runs against him today.
That's right. 2
home runs against the team that's paying his salary. And he came close to making it happen. But purely similar to the 2012, where Josh Hamilton also key figure in the final game of the regular season at the Coliseum when he dropped the fly ball in center field. The A's won that game to win the division on the final day of the season. And yet today the Rangers had a 4-run lead, and I would like to have seen the clubhouse on the Rangers side in the 9th inning, because I'm sure plastic was up, and it's always a record speed to get the plastic down when they find out there's not going to be a celebration.
Billy Butler with a base hit to right field, so the A's are at it again, and Elias just is not fooling anybody. He has not struck anybody out.
This is Billy Butler at his best, and that's something we're continuing to see, and wants to take these videos into 2016 spring training and continue his attack on the baseball to the opposite field, and exactly what he's done the last couple of months.
So Elias faces Smolinski, but that game today had ended.
How about that?
With Elvis Andrus trying to steal second base, and obviously he's trying to get into scoring position, but he overslid the bag and they tagged him out. And that's how the game ended.
You're seeing more and more infielders, second and third especially, where the guys slide and they hold the tag. Eric Ibar, one of the best, and he did it today. Yeah. Straddled the bag, took the throw, kept the tag, as Elvis Andrus' foot went off about 6 inches, just enough to tag him out. And that had to be a horrible feeling for the Rangers to challenge the play knowing that he's out and they've got no chance for it to be overturned.
1-0 pitch to Smolinski. He tries to hold up, he can't do it. There was also a very hard slide in that game. Odor, the second baseman for the Rangers, slid into Giovatello, the second base for the Angels, and he came in spikes high, and he actually apologized after the game. Odor did. It was really not a great slide. But when it was all said and done, the Angels really shocked the Rangers. So the Rangers will have to regroup. They win tomorrow. then they will win the American League's Western Division. So we got something to watch. And remember, every game starts at the same time.
Yes, it does.
Which is a good idea by Major League Baseball. The Royals won today, and the Blue Jays lost. Why does that matter? Well, the Royals now have a 1-game lead for the best record in the American League, which obviously gives you home field all the way through. Royals with one more win than the Blue Jays. Smolinski walks. The bases are loaded, and Lloyd McClendon has seen enough. So 3 walks in the game, 7 hits allowed, no strikeouts, and Elias just never had it going at all. So he is knocked out in the 3rd inning. So when it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. It's your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts.
...2016 priority seating, and choose your exact seating location for next season. The A's offer a variety of full and partial season plans that qualify for great benefits, including half-price parking, flexible ticket exchange program, and more. For more information, call 510-638-GO-A's or visit athletics.com/2016.
So it's a 3-0 A's lead, but they get a chance to do major damage. Bases loaded, nobody out. In the top of the 3rd, so the Mariners to the bullpen. Tony Zick.
A's have seen him before, and they know he's got a fastball that is going to top out about 97 miles per hour. 2 and 4 seam with a slider and changeup. And right now, A's would like to keep adding on. Bases loaded, nobody out, with Stephen Vogt coming up for the opportunity, as Elias did not be happy with this outing. 51 pitches. And maybe he could say, it's not my fault. If Felix would have stayed in the rotation, I probably would have been starting.
Sure, that'll work.
Or not.
So here's Vogt. Valencia at 3rd. He walked. Butler at 2nd. He singled. Smolinski at 1st. He walked. First pitch to Vogt, catches the outside corner for a strike. If you open up the baseball encyclopedia, Ray, Zick will be the last.
That's right.
Guy. ZY. You can't get much.
No.
Can't get much later than that in the alphabet.
I think we figured out that Ardsma got the lead at the beginning.
Throw to first. Vogt beats the throw. Run comes in to score. That's Valencia. So it's 4-0, and give Vogt the RBI fielder's choice.
How about that speed? That was Steven. Hit the left side, running out of the batter's box, and able to beat it out. Little fist bump from Ty Waller. Crack of the bat, a broken bat. Nice feed. And Good job by Smolinski getting a second base, and whenever you have to change your delivery to first base, as Robinson Cano did, Stephen Vogt pumping, chugging, getting going, and see, that's what happens. Takes a couple of weeks off and could get those legs built back up for strength.
Simeon, after the first pitch, lines it into the seats foul. So give Vogt his 71st RBI of the year. We're going to the bottom of the 6th inning in Arizona. 3-0 Astros. Colin McHugh pitching that game. Tap towards Seager. He's going to come home. Butler's going to be in a rundown. Sucre running them back, and they will tag Butler.
Shall I say it again, partner? The old rule of thumb: slow hit ball, no chance of doubling up. Don't go if you're at third. And you know, it's not a contact play. And for Billy Butler, with this slow hit ball, there's no way they're going to turn a double play. So Seager's best play was go to the plate and get the run down, and no chance for the other two advance. So worst case, the A's would have still had a first and third, 2 outs. This time they have first and second, 2 outs. But that's where you have to recognize how hard the ball is hit if you're running third base, and you know that your double play cannot be turned. Don't run into an out.
So that'll bring up Gentry. First pitch to Gentry is a strike. Get a base hit in the 2nd inning. Gentry taps it near the bag, and Marte will flip to Cano, side retired. So the A's get 1 run. Valencia scores it. Vogt drives it in with the fielder's choice. Bottom of the 3rd coming up. 4-0 Athletics. Joe Stiglitz provides wire-to-wire reporting right up until the final day of the season and then on into the off-season. He's got breaking news, video special features, and much, much more. It's only on CSNCalifornia.com. And Joe's going to join us tomorrow, kind of recap this season for the Athletics. So we'll look forward to it. Talking to Joe on the season's final day as Sucre drops a single in the right field. So that's the first hit for the Mariners. So not only that, Ray, but you and I were going to individually, of course, with a secret ballot, pick the MVP winners in each league, the Cy Young winners, the Rookie of the Year winners, the Manager of the Year winners, and last but certainly not least, who do we each think is going to win the World Series? I got to get home, study a little bit, because I don't want you to think I'm uninformed when I make these choices that we're going to make tomorrow.
Listen, I think this is one off season of major awards that probably are no-brainers. I think probably maybe the World Series winner might be the most difficult one we have to come up with. Because you never know with that. Whoever gets hot can do it, but
you have no idea. You're right.
I think if you're talking about Cy Young and MVPs, the Rookie of the Years, the Manager of the Years, I wouldn't say they're good ones, but there are some good ones out there.
Laurie grabs it. Marte is retired. I would say maybe the National League Cy Young could be the one that's still a coin flip.
You think Jake Arrieta's not going to win it?
I'm not going to tell you, because then I would be giving up my You tried to drag me out. You're trying to get one of my guesses.
Saturday night before the Sunday finale. Second time through the order, they're still not waiting on Sean Nolan.
I think Donaldson and Trout. That's a pretty good race for the American League MVP. I think Keuchel and Price. That's you could go either way there for your Cy Young. I think when you get into the Manager of the Year awards, heck, you always initially look at teams that are in the postseason. That usually means their managers did a good job. But maybe not always. Doesn't automatically mean you have to go to the postseason to get the Manager of the Year award, but it certainly helps.
And I think too, in the Manager of the Year award, sometimes a manager, the writers will look at the team the manager has and say, well, you're supposed to win, so how could you be a great manager of the year? Bottom line, you still have to manage teams, 162 games regardless of the personnel, because you're going to have adversity, as they say, the injuries. I mean, just look at the A's. The A's starting seventh. Even Sonny Gray is out for the duration. He's finished for the year. But look at the Rangers, what they're doing. They're one win away, and they're in postseason. And we look at them, 90-plus losses last year with a lot of injuries, and here they are right back in the middle of it this year. How do you think the Rangers felt today when Chuck Morgan, the great PA announcer, announced David Freese now hitting for the Yankees?
Freese got booed.
Whoa. He was a huge component of the Cardinals championship. All over the head of this man hitting right here. Nelson Cruz is a member of the Rangers, and if he had played the position that Gary Pettis had positioned him, Rangers would win world champions.
This one hit high and foul right underneath us. So lots of different scenarios going into tomorrow. Could have a second wild card tiebreaker game, which we've had those before. Another interesting one, Ray, and this one maybe not as front burner, but the Yankees lost a doubleheader today.
How about that? That's surprising.
Laurie cannot get it. It's in the center field, and it's a base hit. Sucre will go to third. So Nelson Cruz has a hit.
Well, he waited and waited back, and remember he struck out in the first inning on the off-speed pitch from Sean Nolan.
So now Robinson Cano steps up. And I say that Yankee doubleheader loss, if the Astros were to win, the Yankees would only have a 1-game lead over the Astros for the #1 wild card spot.
Wow. That's going to be a big game tomorrow for everybody. A lot of teams.
Coming into today, the Yankees had a 2.5-game lead over the Astros between the first and second wild card, and the Yankees lost both games. Astros are winning 3-0. Could pick up a game and a half. Right field and deep, and the Mariners are back in the game. Long home run by Robinson Cano, and it's 4-3. Home run number 21 for Cano. Give him 79 RBIs now.
I want you to watch the swing of Robinson Cano. Remember what we talked about in the first? Watch this. Stop, waited, missed location, home run. But that's the timing that he did not have in the first inning or first at bat, which was the first inning. He ended up singling on a 3-2 pitch, but this home run very deep to right field.
It's also a hitter that he's not afraid that the fastball is going to get thrown by him, so he can wait and then just react. And Nolan just not a real hard thrower.
You know, it's all about timing, and boy, you make a mistake. And I think if Yankees stayed in the short porch in right field, this would have been very deep at Yankee Stadium. Cano, don't you know? John Sterling call. Probably misses that.
2-1 to Franklin Gutierrez. Gutierrez hit a fly ball to center field in the first inning.
I think more than anything this year, mentioned the Yankees losing a doubleheader. Probably missing out on those text messages too.
Yeah, no Mark Teixeira.
Yeah. John Sterling's one of the best when it comes to home run calls.
He's got them all. Yeah. So really the only thing the Yankees are worried about is they're worried about losing the home wild card game. They would have to go on the road if a few different things line up. Gutierrez right up the middle.
Duck. And that's ducking. That's scary.
So now Trumbo steps in. So 4 hits this inning by Seattle, and they are right back in the game. Vogt can't find it. It rolls behind him. So it'll be a wild pitch, and time runs at second base.
You try to block it, and main thing, you put a glove on it. He did. Scooted behind him enough that runner's going to be able to advance easily.
Center field, Burns trots in. He's got it, and that'll do it. But Cano with a 3-run homer. So after 3, it's the A's 4 and the Mariners 3.
Restored more than 800 homes, help provide relief to victims who suffered significant losses by donating through the A's Community Fund at athletics.com/fire. Every dollar collected will be donated to disaster relief funds. Donate now at athletics.com/fire. Important thing there, as we mentioned, every dollar donated will be giving to those unfortunate people who have had disasters during this terrible time with the fires in Northern California, and hope you contribute to the cause. Okay, last inning, the A's had the bases loaded, nobody out. And then, unfortunately, we talked about it too much where you want to get one run out of it, and that was on a fielder's choice. And now, instead of being maybe a kind of a blowout, maybe 3 or 4 that inning, you get one. Cano makes it a one-run game, and that's where we stand now.
Yeah, you're thinking about opening the game up.
Yep. And maybe to the point that the 3-run home run doesn't occur, but 4 runs early in the ball game is really nothing. And one swing of the bat, a 3-run shot, and the A's trying to hang on, trying to add on.
.97 miles an hour from Tony Zick. Zick did a good job. He the final 3 outs in that 3rd inning. And it's early yet, but you never know. You may look back at the 3 batters that he faced in that 3rd inning. An important part of this game. Elias went 2+ innings, 7 hits, 4 earned runs. And that one on the inside corner, strike 3 call. So Billy Burns is called out. That's the first time an A's hitter has struck out tonight.
Well, location missed, but came back to the inside part of the plate. Sucre caught it very nicely, and you see the home plate umpire Dana DeMuth making the call on strike 3.
So here's Canna. Canna has a single and a triple and a run scored. So he's got his batting average back up over 250. It's at 253. Triple for Canna was his 3rd of the year. Trying to finish strong.
One of the papers today talking about how Cruz and Cano, these guys wanted to play every day right through the weekend and continue to play. That's a credit to 2 of the mainstays on the Mariners. Want to finish strong. They may also be considering what might happen with the new general manager, Jerry Dakota. Will he make a change or will bring his own people in? And credit to Cruz and Cano. Again, 2 of the best players on the team. Seager, these guys want to play right to the end, and maybe that's to help benefit their manager, knowing that they want to play and want to try to win for him.
A little bit outside. Well, if you're Jerry Dakota, I think you know Seager, long contract. Sure. Cano, 2nd year of a 10-year deal. Cruz, 1st year of a 4-year deal. So
and
I don't see.
Felix,
exactly. I don't see any of those 3 position players being traded. So you know you have those 3 to build your lineup. And I would guess that's a good thing. But the problem is, like this year, Ray, they're 12th in the league in runs scored. You know, and it's so I don't think it's those 3 guys' fault. Maybe they need more help, or maybe they need some different types of hitters around them. You know, I don't know.
I remember when David Bell, of course, the son of everybody's friend Buddy Bell, when he played for the Mariners, he completely changed his stroke when he came here to play at Safeco Field from Kingdom. Kingdom more of a home run park, but here it was so large. Remember, he changed to be a very good right field hitter, And that's what you don't want to have happen for a home player playing 81 games in the park, to change the swing to adapt to a stadium. And as we mentioned last night, the photo talked about the size of the stadium and maybe make it a little bit more conducive to their power hitters. Pitchers probably would frown on it, but if they're good enough pitchers anyway, it doesn't matter. Felix is top of that list.
It'll be interesting to see what happens with the Mariners this offseason. You get a question mark at catcher.
Yeah.
Is Logan Morrison your first baseman? Is Marte the real deal at short? Marte has this one pop off his glove. I don't think he was going to get Laurie, even if he did field it clean. It's going to be a hit for Laurie, so he's 2 for 3.
Well, the key phrase that you just said, do not think you're going to get Brett Laurie, because he runs hard. And Marte, even going to his left, probably if he comes up with a clean, it's going to make it difficult for him to throw out the hustling Brett Laurie, who never does anything halfway. He is running hard. And once he saw Marte bobble the ball, shut it down a little bit, did not run halfway down the right field line. 26th infield hit. And probably most of those are because of his hustle.
That one's driven to center. Miller's going back. He's near the wall, and he stops at the warning track, and he makes the catch. So a hit and a runner left for going to the bottom of the 4th. It'll be Montero, Miller, and Sucre. A's 4, Mariners 3. Of the A's, final game of the season with the AL West title on the line, erasing 5-run deficit versus the Rangers. They scored 6 times in the 4th inning and went on to win the game 12-5. The A's would finish the season with 9 out of their last 11 wins, including 6 in a row to end the season. This was the final out. October 3rd, 2012. It was an awesome day at the Coliseum. Celebrated the wild card berth on Monday night. Drove home smelling like champagne, both of us, and then we did it again 2 days later. It was a day game at the Coliseum. We talked about it last night. Gentry grabs the pop-up. A couple times in the last 4 years, the season has ended on a Wednesday.
Yeah.
This was 2012, and it was a Wednesday afternoon at the Coliseum. But the biggest play in that game was probably a missed play by Josh Hamilton. And it was part of that 6-run 4th inning.
And this is with 2 outs. So figure there's the fly ball routine. Going to be the 3rd out of the inning, and he just dropped it. And 2 runs would score. A.J. Griffin started the game. Evan Scribner, probably one of the biggest. Ron Washington managing and with the riot act to
that was
Hamilton.
Yeah.
And I think that's.
I don't blame Wash.
I don't either. I mean, that was huge. All they needed was 1 win. 1 win.
Miller shoots one into left field for a base hit. So, see Miller, all of his hits in this series have been to left field.
Yeah. There's sun's out, guns out. Michael Zagaris.
Yeah, and most important game of the year. And all right.
You know, looked like Josh was pointing to the sky. The sun, I mean, he just missed it. I mean, plain and simple, just missed it, and just meant to be. And who would have thought, game 162, capacity at the Coliseum, but for big game, the biggest game of the year, and Rangers just could not win. They ended up losing the wild card game and went home.
That would have been the third out of that inning.
Yeah.
But you know what, Ray? We sat there and announced those 3 games. And obviously we're looking at it from a green and gold angle. But the way that series went, the A's probably would have still won the game.
Somehow.
Because I think it was tied at that point. And the 2 runs that scored on the Hamilton ball subsequently gave the A's a 2-run lead.
Right.
Colomb starts to throw as Sean Nolan, after a pretty good first 2 innings, a 3-run homer by Cano certainly changed the complexion of this game.
Just wonder also, Sean Tolleson, we talked about his 5th consecutive game of pitching, but Doolittle and Balfour, all those guys wanted to pitch, even Balfour with that big lead in that final game. Bullpen phone rang and he says, don't answer it, I'm going to pitch anyways, and he wanted to. And that was Grant Balfour, but I just wonder if Tolleson, 4-run lead, nothing's guaranteed as it turned out to be today, but Tolleson ended up giving up back-to-back home runs. Jeff Bannister went to the pen, gave up 3 more.
Miller goes, ball's bounced to Valencia. He's going to go to second, and they got him at second, and that's a double play. Miller slid head first into second base, and that almost looked like it slowed him down a little bit, and the A's turned a 5-4-3 double play, and that ends the bottom of the 4th inning. So we're headed to the 5th. A's hanging on to a 4-3 lead. Brought to you by Hyundai. It's tonight at 10:30, and it's on our sister station, Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. We'll have a Raiders report from Chicago. Cal and Stanford football highlights. Big win for Cal over Washington State today, disappointing many fans here at Safeco Field. And Sharks Confidential with Patrick Marlowe, Kelly Johnson, and Henry Wolford will host. So 4-3. He's over the Mariners. Those ladies say we love our Oakland A's. Pitch to Butler is a strike from Tony Zick. Zick into his third inning of work. Pitch to Butler is popped up, and it should reach the seats, and it will.
I was thinking about what Lloyd McClendon has done, and at least when the A's and the Mariners have played, and Jerry DiPoto, the new general manager, a former major league pitcher, I would have to think really appreciates what Lloyd McClendon is doing with his pitching staff. I mean, he sees that at least has had nothing tonight, takes him out, one swing of the bat from one of his top hitters, and it's a one-run game. He leaves Elias in. Maybe the A's do score the 3 that he put on in the third inning. And Lloyd McClendon seems to have the knack of being able to handle a pitching staff.
So Butler strikes out for the first out. Kyoguipe starts to throw. First pitch to Smolinski is in for a strike. Cubs won today and the Pirates lost. How about that division, Ray? The Cardinals have 100 wins. The Pirates have 97. The Cubs have 96.
Incredible.
That really is remarkable.
I mean, really, for all three teams, it's been a push all season because of the three teams going head to head in a division where you play each other so many times.
Yeah, as I look, I believe, those are the 3 best records in all of baseball.
Well, that's why it came down really to the National League West and National League East.
Yeah.
And no chance for a wild card, first or second, because the Pirates and the Cubs and the Cardinals winning the division.
Smolinski strikes out. Back-to-back strikeouts for Zick.
Hard slider, first one. Smolinski held up, went right back to the same pitch, and they're holding up on this one. And that's a hitter again, looking fastball, as we talked about Valencia last night when he hit the 2-run shot. And you're fortunate if you get it, but need to at least recognize the spin. Breaking ball when you don't get the fastball.
So that'll bring up Stephen Vogt. First pitch swinging, fouls it back. Vogt, a couple of fielder's choices tonight. One of them knocked in a run. So he now has 71 RBIs. Fastball away. 97 miles an hour. Astros are now leading the Diamondbacks 4-1 in the top of the 7th inning. Astros are that team whose traveling secretary is trying to figure out what the heck's going on right now, because really, if you think about it, Ray, they could go 4 or 5 different places.
Right.
And that was, A's had that situation last year.
That's right.
Mickey Moravito had us locked into 3 or 4 different cities with hotels and flights.
Well, all you can do if you're a director of team travel is, of course, Mickey has a lot of experience, but you basically book as many hotels as you think possible, and then tell the charter airline, stay on the tarmac. We'll tell you where we're going when we get there. Just take off whichever direction. And I guess there's been some that have taken off one direction and reverse course and head back the other way as they're mid-flight finding out what's happening.
Well, the Astros, listen, I mean, they could be going to New York to play the Yankees in the wild card game. They could be hosting a tiebreaker game for the second wild card with the Angels. Well, what if they catch the Rangers? Then you got to figure out who's going to win the division.
Right. But I think for Jeff Luhnow, the general manager, A.J. Hinch, the manager, and the Astros themselves had to be saying, we didn't even think we'd be here at this time of the year to even be discussing this, but here they are, and then that's why you're pulling for them. It's parity in baseball, which seems to be great, and it's proven out this year.
Now that's a great inning for Tony Zick. He strikes out the side, all three swinging. Bottom of the fifth coming up. It'll be the top of the order for Seattle. And it was a walk-off single by Billy Butler in the 10th inning, and it helped the A's beat the Los Angeles Dodgers. It was also a game that was started by Clayton Kershaw. Remember, the A's were trailing Kershaw. The A's came back and tied it late and then won it in the 10th. That was August 18th.
That's the catcher for Kershaw. A.J. Hillis hit a 3-run home run
right
in the top of the 8th inning. Kershaw went 7. He was in line for the victory. And we saw something probably nobody had ever seen, and that was for him to bobble a ball after being upset with a strike call that wasn't. Fire the ball into the ground, fired the ball into the dugout, and everybody's going, wow.
Yeah, we laughed pretty hard.
This emotion. That was great to see. Not only a great pitcher, but he's got some fire.
Yeah, I don't think Don Mattingly's going to go to the bullpen too quick in the postseason.
No.
Dodgers had a good closer in Billy Jansen, but from starter to closer has been a little bit of an adventure for that team. But it'll be fun to watch Kershaw and Greinke and their quest to try to get through the National League. It's such a mind game when you play the Dodgers, because you feel like if you can beat one of those two guys, it's a big deal. And even more of a big deal in the postseason when it's a 5-game series or a 7-game series. The Dodgers will open up against the New York Mets next Friday. Simeon juggles, can't pick it up, and a speedy John Marte is aboard. So that is the 3rd error of the night by the Athletics.
Well, he charged the ball, and charging it, knew he had to, and then the ball came up on him. And right there is where it came up, hit him in the heel, hit him in the stomach, and then at that point, the hot potato couldn't pick it up.
So error number 35 on Simeon. And for the A's, now 125 errors, but that's a new Oakland record for most errors in a season.
Well, maybe it's appropriate for Campy to have that, for him to be second now, because it's the 50th anniversary of him playing all 9 positions.
That's right.
So
he didn't want to be on that list.
It's enough. Turned out to be a great shortstop too. With Miguel Tejada, so there's been some very good shortstops in their early years. Struggled to catch the ball, a lot of errors, but turned out to be very, very good. So, yep, how about that?
That's a good note.
That's a great note, and a lot of improvement, a lot of work. It's paid off. He didn't play last night. Sogard started at shortstop.
Valencia is under it, and Valencia has it. So Seager is retired. That's a big out. And now Cruz will hit. Cruz with a strikeout and a base hit and a run scored. So dangerous hit. 44 home runs, 93 RBIs for Cruz. Last year in Baltimore, Cruz hit 40, and that led the American League.
Just think with Chris Davis this year, what, 45? And Cruz, if they had re-signed him.
Yep. Chris Davis is having a very fine season, and he's a free agent.
Yeah.
And he may be pricing himself right out of Baltimore's market. 45 home runs and 112 RBIs for Chris Davis.
He and Matt Wieters, their all-star catcher, of course, coming back from Tommy John surgery, both free agents. I think they both have the same agent.
So 1-1. Big swing by Cruz. So most home runs in a season in Mariners history. Ken Griffey Jr. owns the first 5 spots. Then Buhner hit 44 in 1996.
You're talking kingdom, kingdom, kingdom. It's a different park to hit home runs. You saw Griffey Jr. on the list, and he could hit them out any part of that park. Cruz can do the same thing.
Future pitch in there, strike 3 call. Cruz could not pull the trigger on an off-speed pitch that was right out over the plate.
76-mile-an-hour changeup, and it's right there. He started, stopped, to the dugout. Oh, what a great pitch by Sean Nolan, especially to freeze a power hitter on a pitch like that. Now throw the same changeup, but not inside to Robinson Cano, because we saw what happened last time he did it.
Yeah, Cano, a 3-run homer in the third. He also singled in the first. So Cano's average now at 288.
Change up, look at the location. Inside part of the plate, and he waited and unloaded. Robinson Cano still trying to play on a winner with the Mariners. He did with the Yankees, but so far that has not happened with the Mariners.
Arnold Leone gets up. He's bullpen out left center field. Both bullpens out there. 2-0 now to Cano with Gutierrez in the on deck circle, but there are 2 outs. Taking, missed again, and it's 3-0. Trying to get that average up over 290. Missed outside, a 4-pitch walk.
Oh, decision, and Bob Melvin has Arnold Leone up. He's got a right-handed Gutierrez up. Base hit in his last at bat. He's got Sean Nolan with a 1-run lead. And I think he'd love dearly to get him through this 5th inning and have the lead and hope that a bullpen can give him 12 outs saved. Rare for that to happen, but if the A's can add on, that it'd be a different story.
So here's Gutierrez, 1 for 2. Fly ball to center and a single. And the First pitch is outside. Gutierrez. 15 home runs for Gutierrez in very limited time. This is just his 167th at bat. 58th game. Another changeup. A lot of changeups tonight.
Well, this is probably his last batter, regardless, and I think Sean Nolan probably realizes it, because you don't want to load the bases even with 2 outs.
And another changeup, and that one's called a strike. 2-1 the count.
Sox.
I like it.
See that?
I like it.
That's why.
Those aren't stirrups.
Those are not stirrups. They're not even proud of the Oakland A's stockings.
Gutierrez pops it up, and it's well back amongst the crowd. So 2-2 now to Franklin Gutierrez. Check him out.
Yeah. Looked like Mr. Kuiper socks.
I was going to say, he got those at Nordstrom. That's where he got them. Not it's from Steve Vucinich.
No. We'll have to ask Vuce where he comes up with socks like that. He'll probably say, I have no idea, because I did not give it.
Another foul ball headed for the upper deck. So 77 pitches for Sean Nolan. Marte, Cano are the runners. That one way out in front of home plate. Vogt hustles after it. The runners move up.
What pitch do you think that was?
I don't know what that was. Watch where it lands.
Talk about spiking. That almost didn't make the dirt. Stephen Vogt really hustling after, because speed of Marte at second. There's concern that if he can't find the ball, Sean Nolan a little bit slow covering the plate. You have to be cognizant of a runner trying to take 2 bases on a wild pitch.
So now the count is full, with a couple of runners in scoring position. Pop up, and it's foul. Pitch number 80 coming up. Long look in by Nolan. And it's hit to right field. Gentry on the move. He should get there. He does. He's got it. Side retired. So a couple of runners stranded. And we're going to the 6th inning. It's the A's 4 and the Mariners 3. photo to CSNCA Data Strong fan. You just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's brought to you by T-Mobile. And the photos from Eric. That's Moochie. He's blind, diabetic, but she still cheers for the Athletics.
Like those kind of fans. It's great.
So 4-3 A's lead as it's the top of the 6th inning. John Nolan works his way out of trouble. Oh, they're having fun in Mariner land. It's the rally dance. Except the A's are batting. That's okay.
Some more cotton candy and do it again next inning.
So the new pitcher is Michael Guaipe. It's time for change. Think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up. Your oil change, tune-up, and repair expert. So Guaipe comes in. 0-3, 5.68 ERA. So 3 good innings by Tony Zick. Did not allow a run. Allowed his team to get back in the game. He had 4 strikeouts in 3 innings, gave up just 1 hit. Seager has it. Quick throw to first, and Simeon is retired. So 1 out. These were 3 runs in the first and 1 in the third. They've been pretty quiet since the 3rd inning. So the 9th place hitter Gentry steps in. Well, the Astros now lead 5-1 in the 8th inning. So they're trying to close out a huge win down in Arizona. A couple of home runs in that game by Colby Rasmus. Breaking ball and a good one. 1-1 to Gentry.
My friend Chip Hale, the first-year manager of the Diamondbacks. I think this is a kind of a series where a manager can really motivate his players because the Diamondbacks are eliminated. You know, they're going home Monday, but Chip was telling them got a chance to do something special against a team that tried to get to postseason. So far, the Astros doing something they did not even expect, considering the way they had not played well on the road.
So 2 outs and a couple of ground balls to Seager. And speaking of the Diamondbacks, I kind of was thinking the same thing because going into last night's game, the Diamondbacks were 78 and 81. So they had something to play for. Get to 500.
Yeah.
It may not sound like a big deal, but I guarantee it was a big deal to Chip Hale.
Absolutely.
But they will not play 500. They lost last night, losing again tonight.
Well, in this series, in the first 2 games, we'll see what happens tomorrow. But 2 teams that have been eliminated for a long time, but yet their everyday lineups are in here. Still playing to try to win right down to the wire.
Well, Burns is 0 for 3. A ground out, then he hit into a double play and a strikeout.
I wonder for Billy Burns, he had the hamstring issue that cost him about a week. And for a player that depends on his speed, whether defense or offense, and a hamstring, usually the toughest to come back from, but just about a week. And I don't know that he's been running as well as we saw him at the beginning of the season. And maybe it's still something that's going to take an off season to get strong, get ready for next year. What a season for him.
Guaipe ahead of Burns. Bounces one in the dirt. 6 consecutive ace hitters have been retired. ball in on Burns, and he just got a piece of it, rolls it right out in front of the Mariners dugout. Stopped foul.
It's still hard to believe that Billy Burns, a natural right-handed hitter, 3 years ago became a switch hitter. And just cannot imagine him having the type of season he has had without batting left-handed, where he just slaps the ball a little bit more from the left side than he does right-handed, where he provides a little bit more power.
I remember hearing him talk about becoming a switch hitter, and his story sounded like it does with a lot of guys who are not power hitters and they go switch hit. He said, when I started left-handed, I couldn't hit the ball in the infield.
That's right.
And you hear that a lot.
Yeah.
Speed guys who are natural right-handed hitters and then become switch hitters. And he has a good at-bat there, and it's a 2-out walk.
To think about throwing the ball your natural side, whatever is right or left, and then taking a baseball in the other hand, try to throw it. It's the same thing hitting, even more so at this level. This is the major leagues, and from the left side for him, he gets out of the box so quickly, and we will see if his hamstring is okay, because if it is, he might be attempting a steal. So Gray throws well. Okay, let's see what kind of delivery he has, how quickly he gets rid of the ball.
Canna with a single and a triple tonight. Pitch out, nothing going on.
The times that Billy Burns has not run, and maybe there's some question as to why, but Mark Canna drives the ball, and if it's a single, it's just maybe first and third, but if he can drive the ball in the gap, Burns can score from first on a ball hit to the gap. Much easier to score from second on a base hit, though, and that's why stealing second could be advantageous for the A's.
Burns with a good lead. He's got 26 stolen bases on the year. Pitches in the dirt, and now it's 2-1. Right back wants a new baseball.
But I think over the years too, and Ricky Henderson's still in the A's organization, and he's going to continue to help that young man, Billy Burns. And just like that pitch, you try to gauge when you think a pitcher is going to throw something off speed. And if he's going to throw his normal game, he will be throwing curveballs and sliders, and those are the times you can run, especially that last ball, curveball in the dirt. No way Sucre could throw him out. And Ricky will continue to talk to him about don't be afraid to be thrown out or picked off. Get a good lead and try to steal a base. You just have to continue to remember he's a rookie, first year, and all these things are going to get better and better over time.
Strike, and now it's 2-2. Canna outfield. Actually, center fielder Miller playing very deep. Trying to cut a ball off in the gap. Guaipe is ready. Canna is not. Fastball away. So a full count, and now Burns will take off. The speed will be on the move at first. The 3-2 pitch is a little bit low, maybe a little inside, and it's a walk.
One thing about Guaipe, he likes his curveball. And Sucre likes to call it because look at this inning. To Simeon, to Gentry, to Burns, and now Canna. A lot of curveball sliders. Ain't wanted this guy to be another 3-run home run.
Well, Laurie has a couple of hits tonight, 2 singles. He has also scored a run. He scored on Valencia's home run in the first inning. Fence straight away for Laurie. And this one's hit into center, and it's hit well. Miller on the move, still going back, and Miller, warning track, deep right center field, makes a nice running catch. Side retired. A's strand a pair. We're going to the bottom of the 6th, still 4-3 Athletics.
And may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of Athletics Investment Group, LLC.
So Sean Nolan, 5 innings tonight, and really the one mistake, pitch to Cano, but it's good to see the left-hander have a pretty good outing, Ray, in his final start of this 2015 season.
Well, that pitch right there to Nelson Cruz, probably one of the best of the night. Change up on 2-2, freezing. The man with 44 home runs, and now he'll sit back and wait. Aaron Brooks to his right, our left. Got the win last night. 10 fly ball outs tonight for this left-hander. 11 ground ball outs for Aaron Brooks last night. 80 pitches for Sean Nolan. He'll need 12 outs from the bullpen to get a victory. Starts with Arnold Leon.
So when it's time for change, take Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. So Leon takes over for appearance number 19. He's 0-2, 4.05 ERA, and he's going to face Trumbo, Montero, and Miller. A couple of right-handed hitters and then a left-handed hitter. Trumbo, a couple of fly balls in this game, one to left field and one to center field. Trumbo, 13 home runs. Those are his numbers with the Mariners. Good pitch there by Leon. Paints the outside corner. Trumbo is 0 for 6 in this series. And he pokes it to right field on an 0-2 pitch, and he's got a base hit. It's a little bit too much of the plate.
Well, the chase slider we'd like to talk about. You're right. When it's left up that much, it allows the hitter, even a power hitter like Trumbo, to stay back and get the ball to the right side. Bob Melvin's going out.
Yeah, he's making the call.
Yeah. He's a
So Seth Smith had come out into the on-deck circle, so he was announced, and that will be it for Leon. And the A's will bring in a left-hander. So we'll be back. Leadoff man aboard is Colon coming in.
Games at Oakland Park have been announced. Enjoy a first-class experience and get an early glimpse of next year's squad at the A's all-new spring training venue in Mesa, Arizona. For more information, visit athletics.com/spring today. Shot there for some guys I could see coming back. Coco Chris said that he and Reddick want to be the cornerstones in the outfield next year. That's good news.
That would be good.
Get Coco Chris back healthy. He's hardly played any this year.
So Colon comes in. Seth Smith was announced. So he has been pulled back. And it's going to be O'Malley. Sean O'Malley, a switch hitter. So this is the Montero spot.
You'd have to wonder why O'Malley wasn't sent out in the first place as a switch hitter. That way,
true.
You know, Seth Smith and Bob Melvin immediately got him back in the dugout once Seth Smith was announced. It's when Colon was brought in.
So O'Malley hits the first pitch, shows bunt, and it's down and away. So O'Malley 268. He's got a home run. Pinch hitting here in the 6th. With 11 hits in 41 at-bats. Shows bunt again, and the pitch is way inside, and now it's 2-0. So 2-0 the count. We'll see if O'Malley continues to kind of bunt.
Actually, there's an appeal to first base by Dayton Demuth because of the ball inside, wondering if O'Malley had gone through the past the plate with a bat.
So 3-0 with the left-handed hitting Brad Miller in the on-deck circle. Has to throw a strike, and he does not. So a single and a walk to open up the bottom of the 6th inning, and the Mariners got something rolling.
Called it down. Bob Melvin can't believe it because it looked like a pretty good pitch. Had the heart of the plate.
Well, this is interesting, right? Would Miller be bunting? Even though it's just the 6th inning.
David Golda asked Dana DeMuth about the 3-0 pitch, and DeMuth just pat him on the back, said no, it's slow. But I agree with you. He may be taking a shot to the left side of the infield. Miller might, because he goes that way so well.
So he does show bunt, and the pitch is a ball. Bloom yet to throw a strike. Simeon's going to chat with the pitcher.
You know, if Miller wants to give himself up and sacrifice, then the A's should take it. Although a successful sacrifice puts runners at 2nd and 3rd. But Miller has hit so well, especially the A's have shifted him towards the right side, yet he's hit everything to left field.
Miller 3 for 3 last night, 1 for 2 tonight. Swinging away, pitches way inside. 2-0, and now Vogt's going to come and talk to him.
Kurt Young's going to talk to him, so always a person everybody wants to chat with.
And he doesn't want to chat with him. So it's Miller's home run last night, and watch where the pitch is, and watch where the home run goes.
Pitch is up and away, and the home run was to left field off Aaron Brooks. So a hot hitter in Brad Miller. I guess the Mariners don't win a game, they change uniforms.
That's right.
You know what happens? They keep winning, they wear the same.
So 2-0 to Miller. Sucre is the on-deck hitter. Taken all the way, and it's a fastball on the inside corner for a strike. Trumbo at 2nd, O'Malley at 1st. Valencia in, Canna in. Shows bunt this time, and Vogt picks it up, and it's a foul ball. So Vogt got to it quickly, but the ball was foul. So the count now 2-2.
And you see who was covering third? That's rare. Valencia ended up near the A's dugout, third baseman, and Marcus Semien ended up getting to third base. So that's a play that almost turned out to be a very good one to get the force out, because charging was Valencia. But how many times we talked about, if you bunt the ball to the third baseman, forcing him to field the ball, you can get the advancement of 2 runners. But Semien changed everything. Instead of going to second, he went to third. Been nice to see that ball in fair territory, because the A's could have gotten the lead runner.
Pitch is rolled fair. Valencia steps on the bag, throws across the diamond, and no, foul ball. Valencia is still standing right near the line. I think he was surprised that it was called foul.
Well, he had made up his mind to go to first had it been a fair ball, and had it easy. You can see the top of your screen. Trumbo had made it to second, so maybe only play hit the grass and kind of kicked towards foul territory, maybe just enough for third base umpire Paul Nauert to make the call, and it was a foul ball.
Another 2-2, base hit center field. Trumbo had to hesitate, so he goes to third. The bases are loaded and nobody out. So Miller is 5 for 6 in this series.
Yeah, he's hot.
Yep.
He is hot. That's why if he's going to sacrifice, give himself up, take it. But got to 2 strikes. He is hopeful that they can get the Mariners out the way the Mariners got them, with the bases loaded, nobody out. They did allow 1 run to score.
So in steps Sucre, who has singled and scored and hit into a double play. taps this one up the third base line, and it's just foul.
All of these so close.
Yeah.
He's could have been out of the inning if the ball hadn't just gone foul.
That one was clearly foul.
But just in case, throw it anyway.
One pitch. Laurie has it out at second, on to first, double play. Trumbo comes in to score, and we are now tied at 4. So Sucre hits into the double play, but it does get the run home. So 4-6-3, no RBI.
Well, you take the 2 to give up 1, and he's definitely did it, and at least get the 2 outs, but now trying to keep a runner at third, keeping a tie score.
And it's the top of the order, and Ketel Marte. First pitch is high. Marte has been on base twice tonight. Both times reached on an error. E5 in the first, E6 in the fifth. He also popped out, so he's 0 for 3. Bounced foul. So the count even now at 1-1. So a run in as Trumbo, who led off this inning with a base hit, has scored. And that run is charged to Arnold Leone. Nice block by Vogt. Saved a run.
Yes, it did. Anticipation and breaking ball. Stephen Vogt moved great to his left, and that is a game saver at this point.
That one is going to give the Mariners the lead. Just a little flare to center field, but good enough for a base hit, good enough to score O'Malley, and good enough to give the Mariners the 5-4 lead. So Marte with his first hit tonight, it's a big one.
The 4-pitch walk, and it was the first batter that Colon faced. That was O'Malley, and he comes around to score. And you could hear the bat break, but he hit it perfectly. No chance for anybody to get to it. And he has the base hit to give the Mariners the lead. So unlike what the A's did when they had the bases loaded, nobody out, they scored 1 on a fielder's choice. The Mariners scored 1 on the fielder's choice, and now they get the 2-out hit. The A's could not do that.
Here's Seager. Seager 0 for 3 tonight, 0 for 6 in the series. And the first pitch is a strike. Marte has 7 steals. It's been thrown out 4 times. Fernando Rodriguez up in the A's bullpen. And now it's 0-2. The Mariners, Logan Kensing starts to throw. Colon has given up 2 hits and a walk. He did get the double play. And that one's reached for, poked toward left. Smolinski grabs it side retired, but the Mariners with a 2 spot. So we're on to the 7th inning, and Seattle now leads 5-4.
Danny Valencia off Elias gives the A's first inning 3-0 lead. But then Robert Cano, a couple of innings later in the 3rd inning, he would hit a 3-run shot himself. The A's had a 4-0 lead. That made it 4-3. And then this base hit by Marte with a runner at 3rd and 2 outs, something the A's could not do in their 3rd inning with the bases loaded and nobody out. The Mariners scored 2, and they take the lead 5-4. As we go into the 7th inning. Find out what's possible with AT&T. Call 1-800-PIC-ATT, mobilizing your world.
When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair experts. The right-hander Logan Kensing comes in. He is the 4th pitcher of the night for the Mariners. And he now comes in. And the Mariners are leading in this game. There's some defensive changes as well for Seattle. We'll give those to you. Kensing will face Valencia, Butler, and Smolinski. Sean O'Malley stays in the game, and he is in center field. So O'Malley in center. And they slide Red Miller over to right field. So O'Malley in center, Miller in right, and Logan Morrison comes in the game at first base. So there's your defensive changes and the new pitcher Logan Kensing. First pitch strike to Valencia. 4 runs, 8 hits, 3 errors for the A's. 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors for Seattle. The A's have not had a hit since the 4th inning. So 0-2 to Danny Valencia. Home run, walk, and a fly ball to center. He has knocked in 3, scored 2. Astros leading the Diamondbacks 6-2 in the 9th inning.
Goldie hit a home run.
Goldie hit one?
Yeah, Goldie hit a long one.
Did that
solo though?
Did that sway your possible National League MVP selection, Ray?
Nope.
Which means you didn't pick him.
That's right. He's a nice guy, gentleman. Father for the first time.
Into Valencia, and it hit him. Or was it a foul ball?
Might have been the bat.
As Valencia goes back going to stop, pick up his bat, and hits a foul ball. Right above the hands.
Well, he would have known if it hit his hand. And dropped the bat and maybe asked Dana DeMuth, what'd you call? And he said foul ball, and picked up the bat and was ready to go again. That's scary, especially when you think about getting hit with your hands on the bat.
1-2 pitch, another check swing, and bounces off the facing of the Mariners dugout. Elias, Zick, Guaipe, and now Kensing. Zick, Guaipe did a good job. Broken bat, Cano grabs it, 1 out. As the bat rolls, actually sails back behind the pitcher's mound. And Valencia is retired.
Well, they wanted to stay inside, and they did. And finally, they get the broken bat. And a real broken bat.
So with 1 away, Butler steps in. Butler with a walk, a single, and a strikeout so far tonight. So 2 for 6 in the series for Billy. Finishing up a very strong month of September is the A's designated hitter.
Got to be thinking about all his friends in Kansas City. Back-to-back postseason berths.
Yep.
This year winning the division, something that had not happened since 1985.
On the ground to Seager, who scoops it up. Butler's out, 2 outs. So the A's have gone quiet offensively here in this ballgame, and really it's all about the bit of relief for the Mariners. Now it's Kinsey. So Reddick's going to hit here. Reddick hitting for Smolinski.
Well, for lightning in bottle. Trying to Josh Reddick, 32 home runs in 2012, but I think we all agree that his season this year, even though he's not doing that, it's like he's not going to get to face the righty. You have an abundance of pitchers. You might as well use them.
Yeah, it's against the law in baseball if you don't use all your pitchers now.
I was hoping he'd walk the mound and say, go get him, but he'd already called for the lefty.
Thing is, it's not even a lefty.
That's right. It's not, is it? It's Carson Smith. Wow.
It's all right. Strategy, folks. Strategy. against the Ducks. The home of the authentic Sharks fan is CSN California. Coming up, Sharks hockey gets started. That's a week from tonight, Saturday, October 10th. So here comes Reddick. He's going to pinch hit for Smolinski.
Do you know that Josh Reddick went over to talk to Stephen Vogt? And as that look of amazement, he said, wait a minute, that's a righty that's coming in. I thought they'd bring a lefty. But it is a righty. Yep. And a righty replacing a righty, very unusual.
And look at the strikeouts. Yep. 91 in 68 innings for Carson Smith.
Look at that bottom number, said only 2 home runs allowed. As I think Lloyd McClendon knew what Bob Melvin is hoping for. Thought it'd be a little bit more difficult maybe to hit a home run off this guy.
There's a baseball sitting in left center field. So O'Malley will take care of it. So Carson Smith takes over. Logan Kensing faces 2 hitters, retires them both.
Gets a hold.
Yes, he does. 2 on hold. And that's Smith's specialty, a hard slider, and he throws it kind of 3/4 delivery. And he has been the closer some of the time this year. And he went through a stretch where he really struggled, lost the closer's job, but I think you could safely say that he could possibly be the closer of the future for the Mariners. He's got the wipeout pitch. That's that slider. 91 strikeouts, second most in Mariners history by a rookie. Remember Enrique Romo? 1977. That was the Mariners' first year in existence. Cano, tough play, throw to first, and they got it. Nice play by Robinson Cano, still as smooth as ever. So 7th inning stretch coming up from Safeco Field. It's the Mariners with a 1-run lead.
By Toyota, the full-line automaker with the longest-lasting vehicles in America. Toyota, let's go places. And by Xfinity, home of the most live sports.
Well, that's the main entrance to Safeco Field. It would be, I guess you could say, the home plate entrance. But it's a beautiful ballpark. So a new pitcher for the A's, Fernando Rodriguez. When it's time for change, think Speedy Oil Change and Tune-Up, your oil change, tune-up, and repair expert. So busy season for Rodriguez, his 54th appearance. So, coming back from Tommy John surgery, he's done a pretty good job for the A's this year. Gentry moves over to left field now, and Reddick, who pinch hit, will stay in the game in right field. Bottom of the 7th inning. It'll be Cruz, Cano, and Gutierrez. So the A's had a 4-0 lead going to the bottom of the 3rd. The Mariners got a 3-run homer from Cano to make it 4-3. And then Mariners with 2 in the 6th to take the lead at 5-4.
And there have been too many times this year where you've said that same thing, where the A's have had the lead, especially a 4-0 lead early, and not been able to add on and hang on to win the game. They'll have to try to come back and win this one.
Cruz is 1 for 3, single and a run scored, also a couple of strikeouts. Pops this one out and foul. Good curveball, and Cruz swings over top. So Cruz has struck out 3 times tonight.
Fernando's got a good fastball, and you saw Uncle Charlie, a good curveball from his right-hander. It's a good one, especially when he throws it right over the top. It's a great delivery, and going to fool a lot of hitters, especially a power hitter like this.
Here's Cano. The A's have yet to retire Cano. A single, a 3-run homer, and a walk. Swings over top of curveball. The Dodgers won tonight. The Mets lost earlier today. And I bring that up because that series now will begin at Dodger Stadium. As the Dodgers officially got home field advantage in that division series. So games 1 and 2 will be in Los Angeles. Dodgers and Mets division series. It starts next Friday. The Mets have announced Jacob deGrom will start the All-Star. Dodgers will have to pick one of their 2 Cy Young candidates to start.
Oh, who do we pick? Who are we going to pick?
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough.
Well, it's probably whoever you want to pitch game 5.
That's right. That's
because you have a choice to pitch either one, and a normal rest. So game 5 would be the guy.
Yeah. And if you're the Mets, if you're going to win the series, you got to beat one of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Don't know who the Dodgers will send out there after those 2. Brett Anderson.
Whoever's going to be, it's going to be at Citi Field because you get the first 2 Dodger Stadium, and then game 3 starter. And that's why it'd be important for the Mets to win 1 in Los Angeles to go back home, and figure they're going to have to face one of the aces of the Dodgers game 5 if it goes to 5.
Two to Cano, and another good curveball, and Cano strikes out. So it's a final now. The Astros beat the Diamondbacks 6-2. So as we go to the final day of this 2015 season, that's what the West in the wild card looks like. Astros are just 1 game behind the Rangers, and in the wild card, Yankees with a 1-game lead over the Astros, and the Angels outside looking in. But if the Angels win and the Astros lose tomorrow, those 2 would play a tiebreaker on Monday in Houston.
What happens if the Yankees lose?
If the Yankees lose and the Astros win, then those two would be tied.
And if the Angels win,
if the Astros win and the Angels win, it doesn't
matter. Yeah, they're out. Yeah.
Angels have to win, Astros have to lose. So as it turns out, there's quite a bit going on tomorrow.
And as it turns out,
and it's all teams we're familiar with.
And it's got the Diamondbacks in really the Western time zone, with everybody starting at the same time. So that's why that works out, because otherwise the Astros could find out what the Angels have done even before the game.
Yeah. Not tomorrow.
Nope.
So we'll be watching. And how about the matchup with the Rangers and the Angels? It'll be Cole Hamels and Garrett Richards. And we saw Richards on Wednesday pitch against the A's, so he'll be going on short rest.
Hamels on his normal turn, and probably the biggest start for Hamels was with Coliseum in that series finale, where he wanted a pitch to stay on normal turn. So tomorrow would be his normal turn. If not, he would pitch in the division series, the wild card. But right now, he has to try to get him in.
Good fastball and a good inning by Fernando Rodriguez. He strikes out the side. 8th inning coming up. It's the Mariners with a 5-4 lead over the A's.
Oakland Athletics Fantasy Camp held from January the 15th to 21st at the A's new spring training facility, Mesa, Arizona. Get out of the stands, onto the field, to create lasting memories with former A's greats. For more details, go to HendersonBaseball.com, or you can call 509-993-7338. He's saying right there, I'm going to spring training. Fantasy camp, you know what? Just do what Glenn Kuiper said, hang out until spring training 2016, March. Mickey Morbido already has the next road trip is to Maryvale. Spring training.
Is that where you're going?
March leaves at 11:30. Mickey's already got it planned out. And that's a good direct routine trip.
Two 2-0 to Stephen Vogt, who is 0 for 3, but he does have an RBI tonight. Knocked in a run with a fielder's choice in the third. Third inning is the look back inning right now. A little frustrated with the A's had the bases loaded and nobody out. And they ended up getting 1 run, which made it a 4-0 game. but you had a spot where you could have certainly got more than just the one.
And they have one hit since, and that's it. A couple of base runners on walks in the 6th inning with 2 outs. Couldn't do anything with that. Brett Lawrie came close as he went to the warning track in center. That was Latte almost did something.
A 4-pitch walk by Smith, and Vogt is aboard. 6 walks by the Mariners pitchers tonight. Last night, Mariners pitchers did not walk anybody. They had no walks and 10 strikeouts last night. 6 walks and 4 strikeouts tonight. Marcus Semien will hit. He's 0 for 3. Seager comes in on the cut of the grass. Semien shows bunt, and it's a strike. Coco Crisp is going to hit for Gentry. Semien just pulled his bat back in time.
Looks like Bob Melvin is hoping to get a runner in scoring position, try to tie the game. And Semien brings the bat back on a hard slider, but it's kind of going against the grain a little bit. Think about trying to play for a tie on the road. Hard sliders, he was laying off, took the first pitch fastball, but you get a better chance to look at the slider if you're scoring around the bunt. Hitting, you take a stride, sometimes you open up and miss it. So 1 sack for him this season. Trying to either make it 2 or pull the bat back and send Vogt to third with a base hit to right field.
And he lays off, and it's 3-1.
Hey, geez, they've made some more changes, okay?
Yeah. Yeah. We'll tell you all about them.
And they're all playing deep, too.
Bounced in the hole. Out at second. Throw to first. Not in time. So Semien, important base runner, and he beats the throw.
Wasn't hit that hard, and Robinson Cano does so many different things around the bag to turn a possible double play and to avoid the slide by Stephen Vogt.
So here's Coco hitting for Gentry.
Comes Lloyd. Are they going to turn him around bat right-handed?
See if McLennan makes the move. He has not done it yet. Runner at first and 1 out. Smith has thrown 14 pitches. I think he's going to leave him in the game. Smith is the 5th pitcher of the night. So here's Coco pinch hitting with Burns in the on deck circle. Ace trailing by a run here in the 8th. All the other games around Major League Baseball are final now. It's Wilhelmsen warming up. He is the closer. Coco takes outside. Done a good job this year, Coco Crisp. Probably not thrilled to be pinch hitting, but he's been successful at it. 6 for 13 with 4 RBIs. Simeon inches off at first. And that one catches the outside. So Miller has now taken care of all three outfield positions. He is now in left field. And James Jones is in right field. Sean O'Malley is the center fielder. Strike 1 and 2. That sharp slider from Carson Smith. Throws it again, and this time Coco lays off. Outfield deep, infield looking for a ground ball. Slider, and now it's 3 and 2. Carson Smith not real sharp with his control.
Well, a lot of his sliders are well, as we've seen, out of the strike zone, and Coco Crisp is not offered at them. And you have a hitter waits a long time, and Coco is good at that. And throw a fastball. If he'd thrown a fastball in one of the last 2 pitches, he might have got it by him, but he stayed with the slider, and Coco would not offer. They're out of the strike zone. He's going to throw it again. He likes it so much.
Runner goes, swing and a miss, throw to second base, and he is out. So a strike him out, throw him out, double play, and that's how the top of the 8th comes to an end. Bottom of the 8th coming up, 5-4, Mariners lead. It's 4-8-3 for the A's, 5-9-0 for the Mariners. Nolan went 5 innings. Valencia with a big home run. That was in the very first inning. Elias really struggled. He was knocked out in the 3rd. Robinson Cano got the Mariners back in the game with a 3-run homer. That was in the 3rd. Then the Mariners with 2 in the 6th to take a 5-4 lead.
Well, let's see if there's a little interference here. Good throw by Sucre, but say the umpire could have made the call, but Like the call at second base called him out. It looked like also Marcus Semien got his foot in. Tag on the thigh. Front foot getting in. And of course the umpire could not see the tag behind, but I think interference might have been called anyway as Coco went across the plate, then backed up. Umpire Dana DeMuth put up his hands indicating maybe nothing had happened, but it's a moot point anyway because it was a strike him out, throw him out.
So bottom of the 8th inning, and Fernando Abad comes in. Face Logan Morrison hitting for the first time. And first pitch, Morrison rips it into right field for a base hit. So for Abad, game number 62. It's 2-2, 4.24 ERA. Kind of had an up and down year. Struggled early, settled in a little bit better in the second half. So Coco stays in the game. He's in left field. And here's O'Malley for his second at bat, and he bunts it foul. So the Mariners just looking for an insurance run. Not a bad idea. Slider down and into O'Malley, who walked in the 6th inning and scored. I think he was trying to bunt in the 6th inning too, wasn't he?
Yes, he was. Exactly right. Ended up unsuccessful doing that.
And that one called a ball. 2-1. I think Stephen Vogt's asking Dana DeMuth, where was that? Red hot Brad Miller, who's got 5 hits in this series, is waiting in the on deck circle. Bunted toward first. Canna will tag O'Malley, but it's a successful sacrifice. So 1 out here in the bottom of the 8th, and here's Miller.
You know, it's lefty on lefty, but this is one got to pitch carefully to. Almost wouldn't be opposed to walking him intentionally, set up a double play with Sucre, but Miller has been so hot, whether it's lefties or righties. It looks like they will pitch to him, but you got to think about how they're going to position it.
Miller 2 for 3, 2 singles, and he hits that one foul. Sweet level. So Miller, with his big series, has his average up to now 261. And Dan Otero gets up. Inside. Each team has used 5 pitchers tonight. Will be 6 for Seattle because Wilhelmsen will come in the game. Semien tracks it down on the backhand. So Miller gets jammed and he's retired. 2 outs for Sucre. In the 9th inning, the A's will have the top of their order. Burns, Canna, and Laurie against, looks like it'll be Wilhelmsen. Sucre has singled and scored, and he has hit into a pair of double plays. One of them knocked in a run. In fact, he knocked in the tying run with that double play. Good slider there by Abad. It snaps in there for a strike.
Well, Fernando needs to get this final out and try to just give it a 1 run that the A's have to try to overcome in the 9th inning. Sucre in for his defense. So tonight a hit and a couple of double plays. But he's given up the 2-out hit to Marte, and that's the difference in the game.
In the air toward right center, playable for Burns. And we are headed to the 9th inning. A's need a run to tie and 2 to take the lead. And they'll have to do it against Tom Wilhelmsen.
Choose your exact seating location for next season. A's offer a variety of full and partial season plans that qualify for great benefits, including half-price parking, flexible ticket exchange program, and more. For more information, call 510-638-GO-A's or visit athletics.com/2016.
So top of the 9th, one more shot for the A's. They once led in this game 4-0. Now it's 5-4. And they have been shut down here in the, well, really since the 3rd inning. Last 5 innings, the A's have had 1 hit.
Yep.
So Tom Wilhelmsen comes in, 2-2, 3.15 ERA. He's got 12 saves and 13 opportunities, and he's been pitching extremely well as of late. Just a couple of runs allowed in his last 20 innings pitched. So he's finishing strong. And he's going to face the top of the order. Burns will try to get aboard. Canada follow, and then Laurie if anybody gets on. Valencia. First pitch is a fastball outside corner, called a strike. So it's been Elias, Zick, Guaipe, Kensing, Smith, Wilhelmsen.
The key for the A's, the 1-run deficit, and it's what you always hope for facing your closer, and that's the way it is. At least they have a chance to tie the game, think about going into extra innings, but right now you need to find a way to get base runners and get to the closer.
Take there at 96, so Burns ahead in the count 2-1. Burns is grounded out twice, struck out, and walked. One of his groundouts was a 6-4-3 double play. There's the defense. Missed again, 3-1.
I figure they do not want to walk Billy Burns to start this inning with his speed, and Mark Canha waits on deck. Figure 3-1 fastball is going to try to throw it right down the middle.
And it's outside, and he walked him, and that's a leadoff walk. So 7 walks now by Mariners pitchers, and that's a big one. So Canha steps in. And the outfielders move back. They're all three playing very deep. Canha's had a big night. Single, triple, grounded out, and walked.
5 fastballs to Billy Burns, all. Well, 4 of the 5 out of the strike zone. First pitch to Canha was a slider. And a strike.
Looks like he threw it again, Ray.
Yep, see that. And you know what this is really kind of saying, and of course Sucre has shown that he can throw. Very good catcher, getting rid of the ball and active towards the second, and that means he's not afraid to call the breaking pitch, knowing that it's an easier pitch for a hitter to, or base runner to attempt to steal. But even with the interference, Sucre threw out Marcus Semien to strike him out, throw him out last inning.
Wilhelmsen kicks, 0-2 pitch. Canha just got a piece of it. It was a fastball, and it was right on the outside corner.
This fastball, trying to think about right center. And a good location to do that, to extend and go that direction, which he does well.
Laurie will be next. He's with a shot here in the 9th. And it hit him. And how about that? A 1-2 pitch, and it hit him. I think that an 0-2 pitch.
Well, I tell you, Mark Canha sold that, because there was not a call again by the home plate umpire. I didn't see anything.
He didn't do anything till
Canha indicated. Yeah,
exactly.
and that was a delayed call, almost the point that let's see if it did hit him. It's close. I think it missed him. And he sold it. And he is really selling at the first base, and he's grabbing his thumb. Let's see where Walter's going to go look at him. Maybe got him in the right thumb. And Sucre caught the ball. That's how minute as far as the hit was.
He's looking at his right thumb.
Yeah,
that's very interesting. So right thumb, that would be
the top thumb, right.
So you know what? I mean, it's possible. You can see the digit just kind of hanging out there a little bit. I just don't think, Ray, I mean, I don't think Mark Canha is that good of an actor.
I don't either.
So it must have just hit the tip of his thumb.
But it must have, and if not, we just gave him the Academy Award for the summer. But I think you're right. There was enough of the thumb sticking it, because if his thumb had been on the bat, that would have been very hard to weather as a hitter. But Walker a hit batter regardless, and first and second for the A's.
And here's Laurie. Seager even with the bag at third, as is Morrison.
All right, check the right thumb. Look at it extending out. You're exactly right.
Wow.
Great shot, guys.
So that's that right thumb,
right.
which
Yep.
you could see the thumb actually bend a little bit.
Right.
So that's got to hurt. First pitch strike.
You know the problem with that, because it was a home plate, if Dana DeMuth and not allowed him to go to first base, there's nothing he could have done about it. Except maybe x-ray his thumb and found out it's something serious that happened to it. But let's hope it's okay. But what a great shot with the Exmo slowing it down and seeing the thumb kind of wiggle a little bit after it'd been hit.
Swing and a miss. High hard one at 96 miles an hour.
You know, Kip, we're in a situation where the A's have a fastball down the middle. But what managers do is try to put hitters in a situation to be successful. I wonder if Brett Lawrie is bunting. You know, he's always been kind of middle of the order hitter. And if you go to bunt with a runner at first and one out, this helps.
That was your bunt.
Yeah.
A breaking ball that wasn't even close, and now it is second and third, nobody out.
But certain part of the batting order, we have seen it so often. You do not sacrifice, and after 2 strikes, here's a curved ball that spiked. Sucre, his best effort to get to the ball, no chance. Try to put his right hand out, right arm. So, infield will play back. They'd rather let one score, keep the second one from scoring, which is the go-ahead run, but they would allow the tying run to score if Brett Lawrie could put it in play, and did not do it back in the 3rd inning. Trying to do it in this inning.
It's an in the air left field. It's deep enough. Tagging up is Burns. And Burns is going to come in and he's going to score the tying run, and it is 5-5. So how about that rally? Walk, hit, batter, wild pitch. And the A's take advantage to tie it. Now they need to take the lead.
Got a pretty good curveball from Wilhelmsen to Brett Lawrie. Went down and got it and almost hit one out to center. A couple of at bats ago with first and second on walks. This time gets the ball deep enough to left. It did appear to third. Should have been no reason for Billy Burns to leave early on that one. Except remember Tampa Bay when he took off and stopped.
Yeah, that's right.
That's one of those bad memories.
And here's Valencia. A little bit low. So now Valencia, who was the hero last night, a chance to be the hero again. He's already hit a 3-run homer. Curve for a strike.
Last night against Farquhar, runner on, high fastball, gone. Yeah, no doubt.
Canna, the runner at second, and the pitch is low. Butler is in the on deck circle.
I don't know that this would be very much of a pitch to here.
I agree.
Space open. Valencia, hot hitter. Try to get him to hit his pitch, and maybe you spike another curveball and put a runner at third and have to pitch to him, or at least have the runner at third.
Tap slowly. Marte charges, scoops his throw to first in time. Estabrook calls Valencia out on what looked like a bang-bang play.
And Bob Melvin's going to take a look at it.
Well, this is a huge call.
Yeah. Quickly they say no.
So 6-3 on the putout.
And you know, it didn't give him a chance to let him walk it, because he went after a slider, which was a pitcher's pitch. And you could hear the ball in the glove before the foot hit the bag, and right there tells it all. That'll go and make it the call, and very quickly it was no reason to challenge it.
So here is Butler to try to give the A's the lead here in the 9th. First pitch away from the target, down and away, 1-0.
As a hitter, when you see a pitcher spike a curveball the way Wilhelmsen did, you have to think, is he going to try to do it again, especially with a runner at third? Would he take the chance? And with that in mind, if he throws the curveball, he's going to try to keep it above the ground. If not, he'll stay with the fastball.
Hit high and foul down the right field line to even up the count. 1-1. Butler a walk, a single, a strikeout, and a grounder to third.
And in that case, it was a slider, but still a hittable slider.
Mahika getting loose. Just a touch inside, 96 miles an hour from Wilhelmsen.
How about a patented Billy Butler right field stroke? A thing of beauty. Throw that slider and shoot it to right field.
Fastball there. 2-2. Outfielders shaded toward right center, although Cano not so much. There's a pretty good sized hole on the right side.
Well, you know, he did throw him the fastball outside, but Butler looked like he wanted to pull it, which is uncharacteristic of Billy, who has the right field stroke.
Two pitch, here it is. And that one hit high and deep down the left field line, and it is foul.
Well, Sucre went up. He wanted a high fastball, and well, you talk about hammering a high fastball. Billy Butler did. Just got it too quick. That's pretty impressive. Game 161 to be that quick on a very good high fastball, and distance, no doubt. Just hooked it a little bit too much.
So another 2-2 pitch coming up.
It's one of the two, which should be a curveball.
That'll pop up in front of the Mariners dugout and into the dugout. The crowd over 24,000 tonight. And a chilly night here at Safeco.
Actually, it's colder than last night.
I think it is. Yeah. It's been another entertaining ball game. A's have tied it here in the ninth, trying to take the lead. See, the rally possums out, and look what happened. Another foul on the right side. Was a fastball from Wilhelmsen. He's consistently at 95, 96 miles an hour.
Slider.
And a foul ball right side.
Looks like he's afraid to come back in with a fastball after what Butler did. Afraid to throw the hard curveball, which he left one up to Butler fouled. Fouled the slider.
Canada the go-ahead run at third. Right field hit pretty well. Jones is back, circling under it now, moving to his left, and he makes the catch, side retired. So the A's tie it. They get a run without a hit. Sacrifice fly by Laurie. So bottom of the ninth coming up. It's a 5-5 game. wrap up this 2015 season against the Mariners. It'll be Chris Bassett against the lefty Adele Nuno. Our coverage begins at 11:30 with A's pregame live. And always remember, the home of A's baseball is CSN. So that'll be tomorrow. Still a ball game to be won tonight, as it is a 5-5 game. So Edward Mujica comes in. So Mujica will face the top of this Mariners lineup. It's Marte, Seager, and Cruz. So Mujica, pitcher number 6 for the A's. Nolan, Leon, Coulombe, Rodriguez, Abad, and Mujica. Marte tonight is 1 for 4. Swing and a miss. So Fernando Abad with an inning, gave up a hit, nothing else. Bunted, and that's going to be a tough play, and it's going to be a base hit. You could see it immediately that it was going to be a difficult play. And Marte, drag bunt, he's moving out of the box, and there's just not a whole lot you can do.
Right there, just kind of slapped it towards second base, and once he got it past Mujica, and it's a foot race. Mujica, of course, had a hamstring issue, but Brett Lawrie could not get it back quickly enough, and Marte utilizing his speed, and Canna, well, the only hope that he had was to stay at first and hope that Brett Lawrie could get to it. But lead off bunt, drag bunt, which showed the Mariners have to be pleased with that. That's kind of a lost start.
And you also could see Mujica just not moving real well. So Seager is the hitter. Cruz to follow after Cruz, Cano. We're now going to see the Mariners' 3 best hitters: Seager, Cruz, and Cano.
You're not going to see a sacrifice.
No, I don't think so. Seager is 0 for 4. Take good speed at first.
Seager actually, after Mujica was throwing the first, he squared around to indicate that he's going to bunt, trying to fix something he's probably not going to do. Yes, you could look at a sacrifice by Seager that eventually walked Cruz. So running is not out of the question.
In the dirt, 1-1. Seager. That's the split finger pitch from Mujica.
Yeah, yes, it is.
That was a good one.
Got a lot of motion and a good splitter that stayed down, went down hard.
So Mujica ahead in the count here, 1-2. Swing and a miss. He struck him out with the same pitch. Good downward movement. Seager 0 for 5.
As long as he throws his foot down there, that's a great pitch. Just stay there and throw it hard. You're not going to get many hitters swinging and making contact with that type of pitch, but you make a mistake to the hitter coming up, you might think of Albert Pujols' slam he hit at the Coliseum. A splitter that's left up that does not go down sharply is like a batting practice fastball. A hitter's delight.
So here's Nelson Cruz. Cruz bounces it to short. Nice big hop out at second on to first. Double play. Extra innings from Seattle. And it's the A's 5 and it's the Mariners 5.
Live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast, live radio broadcast, and more at the MLB.com at bat right now. At bat right now. A new reliever comes in. What a shock. It is Joe Bimo, the lefty, coming in sleeveless on a cool night here at Safeco Field. 10th inning as the A's tied it in bottom of the ninth off Tom Wilhelmsen, who will be credited with a blown save. Bimo comes on to pitch for the Mariners, and he's allowed to be 8 home runs, his 53rd game. Not a strikeout or a walk pitcher. 97, the old number 97. That's a number that they'll never ask for. So that's why he got it, and it will always be ready for him.
And he'll face Reddick, Vogt, and Simeon. So extra inning numbers. A's are 6 and 10 this year. Mariners are 10 and 12. So this is their 23rd extra inning game, most in the major leagues. First pitch to Reddick. Good swing. Right back to the screen. It's Pat Venditti who starts to throw for the A's. Reddick grounded out in the 7th as a pinch hitter. Stayed in the game. And he shoots from the left field, and that's a base hit. Leadoff single on a breaking ball. That run the A's scored in the 9th inning without a hit.
Great hit here by Josh Reddick on a breaking ball. You talk about staying with the pitch, and did a great job with it.
So that'll bring up Vogt. Stephen Vogt is 0 for 3. He walked in the 8th inning. Vogt takes a strike. Vogt taking a long look down to Ron Washington, who goes through a handful of signs. Simeon to follow. Funky move by Joe Bimo. We've never seen it before.
Boy, he starts throwing to first base, then looks casually at the plate as if he's trying to fool somebody, but intent all along to throw to first.
Swing and a miss. Fastball at 89 miles an hour.
Well, it's all that, and Steven thinking about opposite field with a fastball away. Swung through it. Try a slider away. See if he can throw it away instead of adding. Reddick is hard to get a lead on first base. I still think a lot of times a pitcher, left-handed pitcher, will try to control his own running game, and that he is throwing left-handed. Reddick, I don't think it's going to go anywhere.
Stephen Vogt checks his swing. So 1-2 the count. A's now with 9 hits in the game. The Mariners have 11. A's have made 3 errors. None for the Mariners. They fed straight away for Vogt. And here's the 1-2 pitch. And it's that slider. Vogt was way out ahead of it, but he was able to get a piece of it. Kind of a slow and then a little bit even slower slider.
I think the timing of a hitter can be thrown off by the reliever or the pitcher in the stretch, because he can alter and change his delivery so much and be very slow, deliberate, throw to first. You just have to wait for it. Hope that he delivers the ball relatively quickly so that you don't have to wait too long.
And now Vogt has got the count back even at 2-2. A's have also received 7 walks tonight. A couple of those walks have scored.
Only reason I can think Beimel continues to do that, thinking that Reddick's going to go on first move, and then he would try to pick him off, because you can look as a left-handed pitcher, the runner's not getting a big lead. So the deceptive move by Beimel has to be thinking that he is going to go.
And a curve hung up there, and Vogt had a good swing at it. So 2-2. Reddick leaning a little bit, not going anywhere. And the ball's hit high and foul. And the count remains 2-2. And it's been all right-handed pitchers for the Mariners in between the starter, Elias, and now Beimel. Pops it up.
Hit
right near Cano. Drifts over to the other side of second base to make the catch.
Maybe Cano might think about letting that ball drop.
Yeah.
I can't remember when last time I saw that. It's like, oh, I don't want to do it because something might happen. Take the sure out. Now I hope Reddick scores on an extra base hit.
Maybe that'll come from Simeon, although the outfield is playing very deep. takes inside 86 miles an hour. Miller in left field is 7 or 8 steps from the warning track. O'Malley shifted over into left center.
I have to figure that worst case for the A's, if Simeon were to hit and get at least a base hit, it would be first and third as deep as the outfield's playing. They're trying to prevent a run from scoring from first base, but Simeon can just get the ball to the outfield, and it should be a first and third at worst.
Do you think, Ray, if you're the base runner at first, that has to be your main thought process? I got to get to third.
And Josh Reddick knows as an outfielder himself that unless the outfielder has 100% chance of getting the runner in third, he's going to keep a double play in order, which should allow the runner from first to coast into third. Some of the Angels do so well.
And that one is hooked down the left field line. It's fair. And Reddick's going to think about going to third, but he stops at second as really Miller really hustled over there. So now 2 on 1 out, and here comes Coco.
Good job of hooking the ball down the line, but you're right, Kai. Probably with Miller getting the ball so quickly, the only place that the ball could be hit in the outfield that would have not advanced for base runner. And Reddick thought about it, but decided against it, which was a pretty good idea because Miller has turned into a pretty good outfield. Now they're playing shallow, trying to think about the go-ahead run scoring.
Coco pinch hit in the 8th inning and struck out. And Coco a line drive. Marte has it, and that's going to be a double play. Reddick took off. So it's a line 6-4 double play, and the A's do not score in the top of the 10th. Bottom of the 10th coming up, tied at 5. Go to the bullpen for Pat Venditti. So Venditti will make his 26th appearance. He's going to face should be Cano, and there's Cano. Cano is not in the on deck circle.
So should be
Cano
lefty,
and
righty,
then
lefty.
Jones.
Yeah. Jones. Yeah.
Jones is in for Gutierrez.
That's right.
Cano, Jones, and Morrison. So 3 left-handed hitters. So Venditti will get plenty of work left-handed. Cano has homered, and it was a big one, a 3-run shot with 2 outs in the 3rd inning. Slider is low. Cano may have been taken all the way, and it's a strike.
I think you're right, Kev. I think he's looking slider. Got the fastball. Unfortunately, Venditti threw a strike. Cano very good at hooking pitches down the right field line, as he did with a 3-run home run. That was on a changeup that stayed in, so stay away from it.
So Venditti with that slow slider. So he's ahead of Cano 1-2. Cano has also singled, he has walked, and he has struck out. Reach for that one just a little bit, but stays alive.
This is probably the reason we are where we are. Pitch stayed inside from Sean Nolan. He didn't even bother to look, so I think he had a pretty good idea that it was going to be a 3-run home run. So Cano's matched that of Valencia.
Another 1-2, and here it is, and it's off the plate outside. Majica goes 1 inning, gave up a hit, but got the big double play ball in the 9th inning. Fly ball center field, playable for Burns. Burns grabs it for the first down. And here comes the left-handed hitting James Jones. We saw him last year, Ray. As a talented young man, lots of speed.
Not James Earl Jones.
Nope.
Just James Jones. Baseball.
What's your favorite movie?
Field of Dreams.
Slider for a strike.
He can run. That's the thing that this Jones can do.
Says Paul Nauer.
It's got a hitter you want who's going to be aggressive, especially with Venditti throwing the hard slider. That was a good one to throw. That was enough of a swing for Paul Nauer.
Sure it was.
Slider, get it out there.
Got a little bit too much of the plate, maybe. Logan Morrison will be next. Big gap in right center. Don't let Jones hit it there, because he's fast.
Always left to the end part of the plate to do exactly that, and going to stay with the slider and figure just trying to throw it outside, and you get a check swing on one, attempting to try to get it back out there again if you can.
Chokes up quite a bit on the bat. That one hung on the inside part of the plate. AAA this year, Jones hit .286 with a couple of home runs and 33 RBIs and 27 steals. But he was in the big leagues a fair amount last year. He played in 108 games for Seattle. This one popped up near the seats. Valencia over and just near the seats.
I think the A's were playing the Yankees with these numbers: 99 for Jones, 97 for Beimel. The Yankees retiring all their numbers, they'll be getting those high numbers before long. You might have to petition Major League Baseball to go triple digits.
Yeah, or a spring training game. Strike 3 call right at the knees on the outside corner.
Fans are booing, but that was a perfectly thrown fastball, one that Jones wasn't looking for. Dana Dubuque liked it right on the corner. A great pitch from Pat Benetti. That is a great pitch.
So be careful with Morrison. He's had some big hits against the A's this year.
Keep it way away.
He's got 13 home runs for the season. He got a pinch hit base hit in the 8th inning. And this one's popped up left side of the diamond. And Valencia grabs it, and Venditti has a 3-up, 3-down 10th inning. 11th inning coming up. It's the A's 5 and the Mariners 5. It's over on our sister station, Comcast Sportsnet Bay Area. The Raiders are in Chicago to get ready for the Bears. Cal and Stanford football highlights, and the Sharks are getting ready to get rolling. Sharks Confidential, Patrick, Marlowe, Kelly Johnson, and Henry Wolford.
You mean Mr. Wolford? It's Mr. Wolford, right?
Yeah, Henry. Mr. Wolford.
Mr. Wolford. Boy, dropped that on us, didn't he?
Yep. Cal won today. Stanford is winning. So Joe Beimel stays out there.
A lot of interest in the Cal game today in the clubhouse. I know Bob Melvin was very interested. He said, "All Cal will win." I said, "You know them that well."
Yeah.
So they just figured they're going to win, and they did.
Down the left field line, and it's just foul. Mariners fan had a pretty clean play on it, and she just blew him off with the foul ball.
Clank. He's wearing a steel chest protector. See how hard the ball hit off his chest?
And then the ball girl just grabbed it and walked right past him. If you missed it, you're not getting it back.
You don't deserve it. No.
There's an old baseball saying. It's one of those yell out there in college. Hit him in a bad spot. The hands.
Yeah. That's a good. She's saving those pearls. You know, that's a good baseball. You know, $12, $13. You can't just give it away.
There's got to be somebody under 10. 1-2 now to the leadoff man, Billy Burns, who led off the 9th inning with a walk and scored the tying run. So this is his 6th at bat. He's walked twice. He's 0 for 3. Almost hit him. 2-2 the count. Canada follow, and then Laurie here in the 11th inning. The reach for fouled off the top of the screen. It bounces up over into the crowd. Remember, tomorrow 12:10 first pitch, final game of the season. We'll have A's pregame live at 11:30. This hits one in the air toward right where Jones is in and over. And that is out number 1. Of course, after the game, we'll head on home, although many of the players will fly home right from here to their off-season homes, which spread out all across the country. But they figure, why not just leave right from here? And many of the players will be doing that. Sean Nolan was the starter tonight. He went 5 innings. First pitch to Canada. Fastball, and Canada missed it. Looks like it may have been off the plate just a little bit.
And after the inning in which the A's tied the game in the 9th inning, Canada hit on the right thumb. Millen did ask him as he came back to the dugout, because playing first base and the right thumb, of course, the throwing hand. He wanted to make sure everything was okay, and not surprised that Mark stayed in the game.
Missed again. Another pitch outside. So Canada behind in the count. Hitting at .252 with his 2 hits tonight. He's 2 for 3. Beimel, the lefty, in his 2nd inning of work. He was in trouble in the 10th with 2 on and 1 out, but Coco Crisp lined into the double play. Reddick was caught off second on the line drive. You see Ramirez throwing, a big right-hander. Beimel trying to keep it away from Canna, and that one missed down and away.
Well, they just, every so often, they just do this. They start playing this loud, make noise, try to wake everybody up, I think.
It comes at times where you're just not expecting it, and it scares you a little bit.
Some people just happen to take a nap, and why be awakened?
Yeah, don't bother me.
Yeah, if something exciting happens, that's one thing, but
nothing wrong with in between pitches taking a quick 3-second nap.
There were 24,443 here at one time. And I think some of those have left and say we'll get an early start for tomorrow's series finale.
Yeah. Canna reaches for it again, and boy, Beimel just kept everything away from Canna, and he finally got him.
Kind of the old school of pitching. Stay away, don't make a mistake inside, and give up a home run in an extra inning game.
I think Beimel was going to come in at any point in that at bat, and he may do the same thing with Laurie. Laurie is 2 for 4. He had the sacrifice fly in the 9th inning that scored Burns and tied up the game. Sucre setting up outside, and it's bounced over the mound right to Cano, who was shaded that way, on to first, and they just get Laurie, and Weimel has a 3 up, 3 down 11th inning. Bottom of the 11th coming up. O'Malley, Miller, and Sucre to hit, and we are tied at 5. Over the Mariners. It's the bottom of the 11th inning. It's a 5-5 game. Danny Valencia, long time ago, hit a 3-run home run. It was in the first inning. So Venditti, who had a very good 10th inning, 3 up, 3 down with a strikeout, back to work here in the 11th. Face O'Malley, a switch hitter. And then Miller, the left-handed hitter, and then Sucre, the right-handed hitter. So Venditti declared he was going to throw right-handed, so O'Malley will hit from the left side. Werner Moose doing his best to get a rally going. And the first pitch drops in there for a strike to O'Malley. O'Malley has batted twice in this game. He walked and scored in the 6th, and then had a sacrifice bunt in the 8th. In the 8th inning, the Mariners were trying to add on, and they got a runner at second with 1 out, but could not get him home. Turns out they needed that extra run, and they didn't get it because the A's tied it in the 9th. Almost hit O'Malley. If he had to do it again, he may not try to get out of the way quite soon.
Might have taken one on his uniform.
And that's a strike. O'Malley thought about bunting.
Had a good time to throw a fastball. And Stephen Vogt just said, let's go, put it down the middle and throw the heater, not take a chance of walking.
And O'Malley chased ball 4, and Venditti will take it. He gets his 2nd strikeout.
Much rare. 2 strikeouts, both on fastballs, and immediately switching the glove to throw left-handed to Brad Miller after. You're right. O'Malley just a little bit too anxious on a 3-2 pitch and went after a bad fastball.
So 1 away. Here's Brad Miller. Miller 2 for 4 tonight, 3 for 3 last night. And that one was hit high in the air to center. He went after the first pitch. And that's the second out. So now Sucre will hit.
Isn't it amazing? He knows who's coming up even before they come up. See him switch the glove?
Yep.
It's pretty impressive.
Well, I guess he would need to know more than a regular pitcher, huh?
Yeah. Guy just throws with one hand.
Yeah, it's just that which arm I'm going to throw with thing, which I guess in his case is pretty important. Sucre swings and misses at the frisbee slider, 1-1. Sucre is 1 for 4. Missed it again. That was a good one by Venditti.
He's throwing some very good sliders now. Looks like he's just getting loose. Steven Vogt not hesitant. Oh, putting down the sign. 3 slider.
Coming in, Coco, and Coco tracks it down side, retired. So Venditti goes 6 up, 6 down in the 10th and 11th innings. So we're on to the 12th. It's 5-5 game.
And 800 homes help provide relief to victims who suffered significant losses by donating through the A's Community Fund at athletics.com/fire. Every dollar collected will be donated to disaster relief funds. Donate now at athletics.com/fire. You donated for every extra inning game and every extra inning, you'd be donating a lot. We hope you do for the Northern California fire relief. And A's in the 12th inning. He's had a game in Chicago that they tied in the 9th inning and played, 15 innings and ultimately lost in that game. They'd like to do something a little bit different in tonight's game here in Seattle.
So J.C. Ramirez comes in. Let's see, how many pitchers is that for the Mariners? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he's pitcher number 8. Beimel goes 2 innings. A couple of hits, but no runs. And Valencia will hit first. Butler and then Reddick to follow here in the top of the 12th. First pitch is off the glove of Sucre. All right. A's hat, A's gloves. That's our guy. haven't seen him. Been at the Coliseum?
Has he been traveling around the country? I haven't seen him in a while. Have you seen him? Where did we last see him? Coliseum. Oh,
that's right.
That's right. That's where it was.
I knew he was around. So 1-2 the count to Valencia. 1 for 4. And that one hit the 3-run homer. So Valencia a home run last night, a home run tonight. Miles an hour, and it was running in on Valencia, so he strikes out.
Could not catch up to the good fastball, and it was running right into his wheelhouse. Could not catch up. Not fair to be this late in the night, this late in the game, because somebody comes in and throws 98.
98 on the inner half of the plate.
Yeah.
Butler, center field. O'Malley circles underneath it, now coming in, and he makes the catch. So 2 outs.
Well, Jones did the same thing, and the ball hit the right field. It was well, the Butler hit his last at bat. Big swing by Billy Butler, man. That's why O'Malley broke back as sharply as he did. Slipped straightaway center and towards right center. Goes back, and then all of a sudden better come in quickly, and he does.
So now it's up to Reddick to get a hold of one or get on base, and neither's going to happen as he hits it right at Miller. So a very quick inning for J.C. Ramirez. Bottom of the 12th coming up. Bottom of the 12th, A's 5, Mariners 5. As we've shot past the 4-hour mark tonight. And Pat Venditti is going to stay out there, and why not? He's faced 6 hitters. He's retired all 6, and he's got a couple of strikeouts. Maybe the best we've seen him throw.
I agree. I think fastball, his slider's breaking sharply, sneaking the fastball in, and the Marte, he turned around and bat right-handed against Venditti. He being a switch hitter, Marte. Remember, he slapped the bunt last at bat, and it was in the 9th inning. He bunted and on for a base hit.
Seager will be next, and then Nelson Cruz. Missed again, 2-0. That's Felix Dubron just now starting to throw. Strike with a fastball. Remember, Marte's hit in the 6th inning was a big hit, a 2-out RBI single, and at that point it gave the Mariners a 5-4 lead. Hit high in the air, shallow left. Cook goes under it, and he's got it, 1 out. So Marte, frustrated, heads back to the dugout. He's now 2 for 6 in the game.
2 sliders that missed to start the at bat. Got the fastball for first strike, and then another fastball for a fly ball to left field. Well, the A's using so many relievers, and for Venditti, who, as you mentioned, his 3rd inning of work. And you would think that tomorrow being the last day of the season, and not have to worry about if he doesn't pitch tomorrow, then get as much out of him tonight as possible.
One-0 pitch. Seager trying to end it. Pulls off badly, and it's 1-1. That's John Hicks, right-handed hitter, and that's Nelson Cruz's spot. Seager rolls over on that one. Seager is 0 for 5 today, and he was 0 for 3 in last night's game.
Well, if Stephen Vogt wants to catch the season finale tomorrow, you better end this game pretty quickly, because the more if he's behind the plate, the less chance he has of catching tomorrow. He will be trying to convince the skipper to do it. He wants to play all 3 this weekend. And a good slider from Venditti going away from Seager. Good pitch, great pitch.
So this is John Hicks.
You know, when Cruz hit into the double play in the 6th inning, or the 9th inning, that is, he kind of jogged to first base, and he's been dealing with some injuries, and maybe just enough that Lloyd Clinton wanted to play tomorrow and was not going to push him again tonight, although DHing.
Hicks swings through it. Hicks in AAA this year had 6 home runs and 35 RBIs. Stephen Vogt coming back. May have a play. Does. And how about Pat Venditti? 9 up and 9 down. So he's been a story tonight, and we're headed to the 13th, still tied 5-5.
pitcher coming in the 13th to save it.
Nice and warm. In a good spot.
Yeah, good sinker.
So we have reached the top of the 13th inning. So you know what they say, right?
What's that?
If the game starts at 7, it'll end a little after 10. If the game starts at 6, it'll end a little after 10.
Never heard it like that before.
Just when you think, you know, make it home a little earlier tonight with a 6 o'clock start. We should know better.
And with the 12:10 to start tomorrow.
Stephen Vogt leading it off. First pitch into right field, and that's a base hit. So maybe a good start for the Athletics here in the 13th. First hit on the night for Stephen Vogt. 1 for 5 with a walk.
Well, got the first pitch fastball and geared up for it. Got it past Logan Morrison, who said to heck with it. I'll just make an effort. He's trying to guard against an extra base hit. Remember last night, great diving play to rob Brett Laurie on a ball hit that direction.
So here's Simeon. Simeon is going to try to get a sacrifice bunt down here.
Make solid contact, you get a base hit to right field. This guy's not easy to bunt. Especially if the ball runs up and in, which the first one did.
And now it's 1-1 as that one's rolled foul at the first base line. Marcus Simeon tonight is 1 for 5. He's singled in the 10th inning. Seager creeping in at third. And that one up and in and spins Simeon out of the way.
And that right there is why guys, when they square around and the ball's coming right at them, they're going to get out of the way. And can't blame Marcus Simeon for that. Get away. Get down. Has to have those limber legs to be able to do that.
Swinging away this time, and it's inside, and now it's 3-1. Well, the A's in a good spot here. You can do a lot of different things with a hitter's count.
Walking.
Sure.
That would be a great start.
High and deep left field. Miller going back. Miller going back, and that baby's gone.
That's what you do.
Simeon, a 2-run shot here in the 13th. It's 7-5 A's.
That's what you do on a 3-1 fastball. He tries to throw you a strike, and you hit your 15th home run in your rookie season. And doing this in the 13th inning, you hope it's a game winner. A big hit. Stephen Vogt scores in front of him, and Marcus Simeon. That's a big one.
Second homer of the night for the A's, a 3-run shot by Valencia in the first, and then Simeon a 2-run homer here in the 13th. And that'll bring up Coco Crisp, who takes a strike.
See the big smile on Pat Venditti's face. He's the pitcher of record, and he deserves it all because he has pitched great for 3 innings. 9 up, 9 down. Somebody warming in the bullpen. Probably somebody's going to be coming in anyway. Doolittle got the save last night. Is DeBron still up?
Most home runs by American League shortstops.
It's pretty neat.
Marcus Simeon second to the rookie Carlos Correa. Strike called, and it's 1-2 to Coco Crisp, who is 0 for 2. Pat Venditti 9 up, 9 down tonight. So heck of a job by him.
Yes.
Pop up foul territory, third base side. Mark Taylor, shortstop, is there.
Well, after being knocked down a couple of times, attempting to bunt, Marcus Semien got a fastball running right into his wheelhouse, and we have seen him put on the kind of swing that he just did. Head down, good acceleration, and the young man can swing the bat. And this being game 161, a great season for him. A solid shot to left center field, and Brad Miller ran out of room. A's bullpen take it.
So now 15 homers and 45 RBIs for Marcus Semien. So numbers that he should be happy with, and I'm sure numbers that he will build on going into next year. 2 to Burns with Canada follow.
Well, as we highlighted, he and Billy Burns in our open. A couple of more outstanding rookies, and what Marcus Semien has been able to do this year, having put so much effort, time into becoming a better shortstop, has not affected his hitting. And give him a lot of credit for that, because you put that much time in, spent a lot of time at the park. He's been here probably since 2 o'clock this afternoon, working, and here he is playing in the 13th inning with what he hopes is a game-winning 2-run home run.
2 now to Burns. Burns has walked a couple of times. He's 0 for 4, so this is his 7th at bat. And he's got a base hit to right field. So Burns gets his first hit.
Last inning for Ramirez, coming in, striking out Valencia. 5 pitches, then pitch to Butler, pitch to Reddick, and that's it. That quickly got through the 12th inning, but this inning a much different inning, and maybe just the fact that he sat down, had to go back out, was enough that his pitches aren't as sharp in this half.
So Felix Doubront, maybe a save opportunity. Slider from Ramirez. Canna is 2 for 4. A single, a triple, a walk, and a hit batter. So he's been on base 4 times. Hits in the game for the Athletics. And the big one right now, Marcus Semien, the home run. Tightening up the strikes up here in the top of the 13th inning.
Thought it'd be just the opposite. Jeez, what was wrong with that pitch? Did you see anything?
I didn't see a lot wrong with it. So now 3-1. Ramirez, not the same pitcher he was in the 12th inning, that's for sure.
The sounder is on time, though. Sounder beyond right field.
Yeah. No surprise there. Back into the seat, so it'll be a full count to Canna. See if Burns is on the move. Full count, 1 out. is not running. And the pitch is outside, and it's a walk.
I think that right there tells us, Cap, that hamstring's not 100%. Because I think it would be rare to see him not be running with that count. And
Rick Waits, the pitching coach, will come out. This inning has gone single, homer, pop out, single, walk.
So we got to talk to Kurt Young. You notice how it seems like a lot of pitching coaches put their hands over their mouth when they're talking. So, Kurt never does that.
No. Yeah, we should talk to Kurt. He's got to get that Achilles fixed first.
So he can run to the mound?
I told him, you got to get this. It's feeling better. I said, no, it's not. You got to get it fixed.
All you have to do is watch him walk to the mound.
Well,
but maybe if he covers his mouth with his hand, it'll make his Achilles feel better.
Yeah, I doubt it.
Saw Rick Waits do that for the first time.
In the air to left, Miller hustling back, and Miller grabs it, spins around, and gets it back in. So Laurie is retired. 2 outs here in the 13th. And here comes Valencia. Valencia was the first batter that Ramirez faced in the 12th, and he struck out. So 1 for 5. That one hit the 3-run homer in the first. He also walked and scored in the third. Pulling off that badly, and he misses the slider. And Valencia stands quite a ways off the plate. And then the fastball runs in, and it's 0-2. So that's a nasty 2-pitch sequence right there.
Well, the first pitch he opened up and looking for this pitch that he got that just kept running in. He thought he was going to go back outside, which he probably tried.
And 7 miles an hour, but outside you see Sucre kind of pull it back into the strike zone, but
just a little.
Pulled it back in a lot. Valencia hits one very high and foul. On the 13th, going to be Cano, Jones, and Morrison. Valencia again, big rip and a fastball. And again, he fouls it back.
After throwing that first slider where he failed that, he's not throwing him another one.
Yeah, interesting.
All fastballs towards the inner part of the plate. Yeah, maybe feels he can throw the fastball by him.
And that one just a little bit outside. Pretty good pitch, but just a touch off the plate. 2-2. Burns at second, Ken at first. Simeon a 2-run homer earlier this inning. And that is the difference right now. 7-5 A's lead. Missed again. 3-2. Get the runners moving. And can it take off, and the pitch is bounced toward Ron Washington. Let's roll past, and the count remains 3-2. 37 pitches for J.C. Ramirez out of the bullpen. won't see him tomorrow. I don't think so.
Well, the A's not using Ryan Dole and Sean Doolittle tonight, so you'd have to think with the day off, those guys would be ready tomorrow if the A's can close it out. Win tonight, can go for the sweep tomorrow.
Runners go, and it was the breaking ball, and Valencia swings and misses. Side retired. Marcus Semien with a big 2-run homer, his 15th home run of the year, and the A's now having a 7-5 lead as we go to the bottom of the 13th. That's a week from right now. It's their home opener against the Ducks. So the home of the authentic Sharks fan is CSN, California. So next Saturday night at the Shark Tank, Sharks and the Ducks. Here in Seattle, the A's have taken the lead 7-5 thanks to Marcus Semien's 2-run homer. So a chance for a save for Felix Dubron. How about that?
The A's would love it.
Yeah.
Everybody would love it.
He had a save with the Red Sox back in 2011. So it's been a while, but he's going to try to save it and get the win for Pat Venditti, who went 3 shutout innings. Sam Fuld is in the game. He's in left field. So Cano to lead it off. Dubron's first pitch to Cano. He's down and away. Cano 2 for 4 with a walk. He's got a single and a 3-run homer, and he's faced Dubron quite a bit, and just 3 for 22. There's Dubron with the Red Sox, Cano with the Yankees. Hit off the end of the bat, rolled to the backstop. Rangers lost today. The Angels won. The Astros won. So tomorrow will be very interesting. Second wild card spot in the American League is yet to be determined. The division is yet to be determined in the AL West. And a good breaking ball. 1-2. Twins were eliminated from postseason contention today. Cap towards second. Laurie charges. He's got it. So Cano is out, 1 away here in the 13th inning.
Depending on the time tomorrow, in which all the games, of course, are all going to start at the same time, depending on location. But a few clubs are going to have some early arrivals, early wake-up calls, and get to the park early. I figure the Angels and the Rangers, of course, the Astros and the Diamondbacks. Should be an exciting Sunday, which is going to be here before we know it.
Here's Jones, who takes down and away. Yeah, if you're on the West Coast, you got a noon start.
That's right.
If you're on the East Coast, you got to get things rolling as well. There's a strike to Jones, and the count even at 1-1. Jones hit in the 10th, and he struck out. Close pitch, just a bit outside, says Dana DeMuth.
Watching Stephen Vogt, Cap, I think he's ready for game 162. Just watching him catch tonight and watch him move around.
Sure.
A lot of energy and he's raring to go.
That's right. He's got no excuse, right?
Ready to go. Can't go in and say, hey, Skip, I caught 13. I need the day off. I go in and say, caught 13. I'm ready to go. I'm loose. Really, the only other option for the A's is Brian Anderson. The A's, Figley's out for the season. Carson Blair had knee surgery. He's out. Jay So's with the Rays.
Yeah, he's out.
Derek Norris with the Padres.
Derek Norris with the Padres. Jason Kendall's retired.
Yeah, he's
Ramon
retired.
Hernandez. Gene Tennis is out. Ray Fosse's in the broadcast booth.
Bob Melvin. Hey, Skip,
Yeah.
put it on.
Manny Sanguillen, he's out. Mike Heath, he's no longer. Jeff Newman can probably catch a couple innings.
I think the skipper actually last Saturday, I thought, it's great. Bob Melvin said, Bruce Bochy and I are going to catch the first 5 innings.
That would have been fun.
He said, Bochy, you catch Huddy, I'll catch Zito.
Swing and a miss. DuPont with back-to-back or make that a strikeout. Gets Jones swinging.
Pretty impressive, back to 3-2 and just reared back and threw it by him and trying to keep the potential tying run to come to the plate. And by striking out Jones and getting Cano, just waiting on Morrison. That's pretty good. You got 3 lefties and Cano, Jones, and now Morrison. A bench that's been depleted.
A little bit outside.
A bullpen that's been used. 7th reliever for the Athletics, and DeBron trying to finish it. And well, the A's can be thankful that Pat Venditti was able to go 3 great innings.
Yeah, that was.
Yeah.
I mean, he's the MVP.
Yeah.
I know Simeon hit the big home run, but 2-0 now to. Oh, he called it a strike. Morrison can't believe it. So he's going to go for a walk.
Well, Steven went down and caught it with the palm up and brought it up. Yeah, let's call it a strike. You think it's bad tonight, Mr. Morrison? Wait till tomorrow.
Outside, 2-1.
It will be Chris Bassett tomorrow. Vidal Sassoon? Nuno.
Left-hander. Pitch to Logan Morrison. Grounds it to second. And that should do it, and it does. So the A's tie it in the 9th and then get a big Marcus Semien 2-run homer in the top of the 13th, and they win it tonight here in Seattle, and they have taken the first 2 games of this series. It took 4 hours and 31 minutes and it was played in front of 24,448. Final score in 13 innings tonight, the Athletics 7 and the Mariners 5. You've been watching A's Baseball on CSN California. It's part of the NBC Sports Group. Don't go away. A's Post Game Live starts right now.